just swept his signature plays.
Can I get a little more?
4 to 5, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
Brad Cox told me this horse was legit. He certainly looks it. I'm heading to the windows.
And they're off. Best bet winner, favorite against, what about your long shot?
This is the one we need. This is when we get paid. Bring this long shot in and we'll be looking real good.
Let me get a little more.
Kevin Kilroy, the man, has been on absolute fire.
You gotta trust your luck, and you've got to bet with confidence.
Yeah.
All the way to the wire. Bingo! We know one thing's for sure. If you get it right, you're going to get paid.
Go to the bank, make it rain.
Can I get a little more?
A tremendous September meet and fantastic weekend of racing rolls on here under the Twin Spires of Churchill Downs on a Sunday, a 10-race agenda, a fast main track, beautiful day. Temperature in the upper 70s, skies are sunny and winds are out of the southeast at 10 miles an hour. As we take a look at the headlines, we were feasting on steaks yesterday at Churchill Downs, and the road to the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby began. La Cara and Jonathan's Way each earning 10 points on the road to the Oaks and the Derby, respectively. Musical Mischief, Happy is a Choice. They scored upset wins in their respective stakes races, and in the process, they scored the highest brisk speed figures as well. Twin Spires tournament, we had Chris Couples and Jeff Arthur earning seats in the NHC. Another feeder offered today to another big contest coming up next Saturday. Derby City 6, no one was skillful or lucky enough to have a perfect ticket yesterday. It swells the jackpot carryover to 128,959, begins in race number 5 today. Featured race, well, we have 2 of them, Vivi's Dream and Baton Rouge, our favorite in those respective events. Joe Christopher and Kevin Kilroy joining you. Tony Kalo in the queue. Caitlyn free in just a moment. For Churchill Downs today, presented by Twin Spires. I'm mentioning, Kevin, 5 stakes yesterday. Road to the Oaks and the Derby began. We'll hear more about those races from Caitlyn Free in a moment. But, you know, we have a lot of big races at Churchill. And for whatever reason, I think a big part of it for me was the quality of the Pocahontas, the quality of the Iroquois yesterday. Seeing big name horses come from Saratoga, taking on the real good horses that we saw all summer from Ellis and Colonial, just kind of clashing and seeing who was better. And those performances certainly did not disappoint.
Yeah, Phil Bauer, big week so far. Speedy Traveler early in the week, and Jonathan's Way got to the front, pressured by some long shots, and just really outbid everybody in the stretch. Owen Almighty ran very well to get a little piece of it. Macero ran well late. Great to see that. And then, you know, your top pick in the Pocahontas, I thought, did all the dirty work on the front end, coming out for
Liam in the Dusk.
Liam in the Dusk, right? And La Cara was able to take advantage of that, but still ran so well for Cassie. So it's just fantastic to see these runners here at the grounds in these stakes races, putting their best foot forward. And then the big questions, as always, last race is never enough to win the next race, right?
Yeah.
Will they move forward?
Thanks, Mr. Steve.
I got that from, I call him Dr. A.
There you go. All right, well, Caitlyn Free had a better perspective than us. She was down there in the paddock. She was in the mix. She was interviewing the connections. A tremendous day yesterday. Lots to look forward to today as well, Caitlyn.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm glad you guys mentioned Liam in the Dust coming out of that second place effort in the Pocahontas Stakes. There's actually a horse that's going to be entered today that's my best bet. I believe it's Dawn After Dawn for Brendan Walsh that's coming out of the race where Liam in the Dust broke her maiden. So I was very pleased with her second place effort in the Pocahontas. So those were 2 very different races yesterday. In the Pocahontas, La Cara ended up being the winner, but the fractions up front were pretty hot. And the horses in front ended up kind of fading. Stilettos and Kimchi Cat didn't really run a step in that race, so it was prices all around when it came to the top 3 that finished in the Pocahontas. And then, of course, the Iroquois was very different. Jonathan's Way, he had broken his maiden from last at Saratoga, and then he was on the front end all the way around, so quite the versatile type there for Phil Bauer. A very talented horse. I thought Owen Almighty ran a very, very good race there, so a little bit of a chalky one there in the Iroquois, but I expect those 2 two horses to really continue to take step forwards next time out. I would love to see what is next for both of them. I would imagine the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as well as the Futurity at Keeneland could potentially be some races that are going to be in play. We'll catch up more with some of those connections and figure out what's going to be next for those two horses and horses coming out of the Pocahontas as well. But a very exciting day yesterday and some maiden races on today's card that I mentioned for 2-year-olds that I think are going to maybe have some impact too.
Well, thanks, Caitlyn. And it's interesting. You could wheel back in the Kentucky or the Futurity at Keeneland.
Yeah.
Wait for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. You've got the Gun Runner, which has really put itself on the map in recent years at Fairgrounds at the end of December.
Yep.
Santa Super Saturday. It's interesting to see what paths these trainers take. There's 10 points in the bank. Not going to get you in the Derby. There's a long road to get there, but different trainers have different strategies. Different horses need different amounts of time in order to put their best foot forward.
This would be the best part about being an owner, trainer in this sort of spot is the huddle up today, right? Thinking through what's our game plan. This is how we ran. This is how we performed. We want to win the Kentucky Derby, assuming that they can see that potential there, that that's the end goal. How do we get there? How do we not go too far, too much, too soon? You've got to slowly unlock these horses to get to that spot. So it's got to be so fun to devise the strategy and the plan for that.
Yeah, and it's tough not to try to strike while the iron is hot.
Yeah,
Mystic Man didn't even debut until October.
Right.
Last year. And real quick, Kevin, we want to move forward to handicapping this car, but I just want to mention Happy is a Choice. He had a 102 Brisnet speed figure, thanks to Nas Dixon for providing us those numbers. Musical Mischief with a Trouble Trip at 100. They were the two longest shots of the 5 stakes races, but they had the 2 fastest speed figures, so maybe more to give from both of them moving forward.
Yeah, what about Edgar Morales? Was that his first graded stakes?
I don't think so.
I'm just trying to think. I'm not sure, but Edgar Morales, a big win there at a long price above Musical Mischief. He's just on the scene, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, that was a difficult situation at the top of the stretch where he was just loaded, found that room, and he said it. He knew that she was loaded, just needed to find some daylight. All right, let's jump into a good Sunday card. We mentioned the Derby City 6 carryover pool is over 128,000. Beginning in race number 5 today, the opening race, $25,000 claimer, 6.5 furlongs of distance, fillies and mares. The one, Summer of Mischief, takes some of the speed out of this race, but some of the other contenders on paper like to come from a little bit out of it. Maybe Mercy Warren has a little bit of a tactical advantage now. Where'd you land?
Yeah, I think also the 6 has got some speed too with Arella Star. I think it sets up, even with that one coming out on number 7, Stand By You. James Watkins really does have success here. I think 18% lifetime at Churchill Downs. I think we just sit right offside those forward horses, and we're moving forward. We're a 6-year-old, new to Watkins Barn, but I thought that was a nice move forward in that last win at Ellis. Tony Kalo says it. I'm going to say it now. Sharp horses win races.
That's very true. Greek Heiress was a very sharp horse, winning 3 in a row, 2 at Oaklawn and 1 at Churchill. If you go back and watch the replay of that May 11th race, she had no business winning. Still got up against $50,000 starters. It's a $25,000 claimer. Now, we know the last race at Monmouth darkens the form to a large extent, but it looks like 10-strike Lindsay Schultz and that team, it looks like they're jamming her into a position where she could and should potentially succeed.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. The question mark, right? Are we there? We claimed this one away. We've made our money. Now we're just ready to part ways, or are there question marks in terms of soundness and, with how good this 4-year-old is doing? Short price. I would think we'd be a short price. I would say 6 to 5 probably on that horse.
Yeah, much higher in the morning line, but then there's some defection. I agree with Kevin. I don't think the morning line price is going to hold up. All right, race number 1 kicks off the early pick 5, pick 4 in race number 2, stretching them out to a mile and a 16th on this maiden special weight for 3 and older. And a few different ways you can go here. Duke of Duval, Galisa, those horses on the outside stretching out. He's a joker, blinkers on. Aggressive rider in Louis Sai has been waiting for that one to make some noise. Like I said, a few other ways you can go. Where'd you land?
I went with Doro Unbridled. Nacho Creas has 2 good ones, so we'll talk about the later one in race number 9. But this is one that was against that track bias that we had at Colonial Downs in terms of the main track. Really was speed favoring, and also against Think Big, who ran huge, stepped forward in a big way for Stidham, Godolphin homebred. Second start at a Craze's barn. I like that angle. Charles Fipke homebred. I think Ready as Ever is dangerous in here as well. Another Godolphin who is a little bit of against that flow and that bias there, August 10th at Saratoga. So those two are my top in there, but this seems pretty wide open.
Yeah, the horses on the outside I'm interested in. And again, we've got much different picks up there. We'll reveal the A grid before the first race. But Aglise, Duke Duval, they've gone 7 furlongs and a 1.5 turn mile respectively. Now they get the legitimate mile and a 16th with a longer stretch. I love the way Aglise has progressed, late closing 4th after an awkward start and a nice gallop out on debut, and then finished second to a nice winner last out at Ellis, cutting back in distance to a sprint. You got Ah Chocolate on the dam side. She was a multiple stakes winner around 2 turns. Frosted more of a 1-turn stallion, but he can get a route horse as well. So I went to Aglise on top. Fun race though in this one.
Yeah, I like Aglise. I think the only question is the distance.
No doubt about it. All right, let's move on to the third race on the card. This one is the $50,000 maiden claimer 3 and older. Rolling pick 3 is all afternoon long. And again, another race with lots of different ways you can go. Mike Battaglia, as I would have, having a tough time figuring out who to make the morning line favorite. Redeposit gets the very lukewarm nod here at odds of 4-1. You're trying to figure out who's going to run their best race or improve on this day in this field. Where did you land?
The horse that I want to bet, because I do love the long shot, love the price, and I think we're going to get a price, is number 8, National Eclipse. The times aren't very sharp, but I really like the way this Brian Williamson alternation colt has been working. But I think Redeposit as well as Noble Eagle, both of those are just spotted to try to get this win. Blinkers on for Beckman's Noble Eagle. We saw how well Agu ran yesterday, and Redeposit just seems to be working very sharp with Principe, that strong allowance runner who seems to be coming back into form for the barn, that sort of new addition to the Foley barn. And Redeposit, I think, is just here to win today.
Speaking of Agu, now Chun Money is not the quality of Agu, but kind of a similar type handicapping angle here with Chun Money, where the horse ran some good races early on, failed going a muddy track mile. Not going to hold that against him. First and only start this year. Then Donnie K. Von Hemmel regrouping, comes back as a gelding. Solid work tab leading up. He's got good stats in the applicable categories. And this is a homebred, dropping in class down to 50, and the drop just makes a ton of sense. 8-1 in the morning line. I figure I'll get a square and fair price on Chun Money, and decided to land on this one.
I like that pick. I was wondering what to do with Chun Money. I think that one's definitely dangerous in here.
All right, race number 4, pick 4, 6 furlongs a distance, claiming 12.5, 3 and older. And complexion changed a little bit for me. I had Robo Man on top. Man on the Moon also scratched. Will somebody, originally a brilliant racing horse, will somebody please stretch him out back around 2 turns? I think it would benefit the horse and your opportunity to get a bigger paycheck. I don't know, Kevin. There's a lot of horses on the downside of their form right now coming into this race. Upstriker coming off a win, but I thought he was going to win for fun last out.
Just barely hung on.
Barely held on against Mad Adam, who had run like once in like 14 months. So I wasn't overly impressed by that. He can win, but so can a few of these others. I got a feeling it's going to be a stagger fest in that last 16th of a mile.
What about this 9-year-old? Coming out for Randy Morris, Best of Greeley. I've been, watching the workouts in the morning of, just anything that comes by. And one thing I do see is that red saddle towel and that RM, Randy Morris's runners, have been looking good in the morning. I think Best of Greeley, you can see it with the time coming into this. I think we're fresh, fit, and can beat these. So Best of Greeley I'll take, but this is sort of it's a tough one. It's a tough nut to crack.
This horse won on November the 1st, and he was a bet down, deservedly so. And he was wrapped up like a Christmas gift in the final 16th. If he runs anywhere close to that, he's going to destroy this field as well. But he's 9. We haven't seen him since January. I'm thinking if you've got a 9-year-old that you're bringing back off of a layoff, he still wants to be a racehorse.
Still wants to be a racehorse,
yeah.
And you probably want to try to win this race, right? As opposed to like taking
off
a few
the bench.
races
Yeah.
to try to get him to fully unlock.
Certainly has a feel that it looks like he's more than capable of handling. And with the defections and the current form of the horses in this field, 6-1 most likely is not going to hold up. If it does, I'm going to be scared that he's really chilly on the toe board, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, race 5 started the Derby City 6. More on the particulars in just a moment. Maiden maiden special weight with the auction restriction for the 2-year-old fillies at 5 1/2 furlongs. Taking a look at a field of horses that have opportunities to take steps forward. You've got a 3-1 morning line favorite on the 11. Here the Queen, a first-time starter for Brad Cox. You know, Brad in these situations usually takes quite a bit of money. You got Tyler Gaffleone. I'm not a fan of the sire. Audible has not been productive. And the workouts at Turfway, you know, don't really jump off the page. But, of course, this horse can win this race. I just had to look for a horse with a little bit of experience that I think will take a step forward.
Yeah, I like 3 of the first-time starters in here. There's a lot of them. Here the Queen, I like Beneath, Dinah's Girl, and Kentucky Smoke Show. I think it might be Chris Hartman Day. Today, Sunday, might be Chris Hartman Day. I think he's got a lot of live runners. Both of these, as well as earlier Constitution Review, have just been working very sharply. I think I'm going to lean on those two and just sort of turn the page on the rest. But Calhoun's runner should move forward. Haley Kayla.
That sounds right.
That's Travis Stone. We'll get it right later on for sure. But Brett Calhoun's got a good one, Volatile Filly. I think we should move forward off that effort.
I like McLean's Lullaby, and I'd love to see 6-1 on this one. 6th on debut, but ran a lot better than it looks. The pace was moderate. Was covered up at the rail, was kind of tugging, was held up midway through the far turn. Got through, rallied off heels, did finish willingly. Haven't seen the horse since May the 10th. Pavel Maheka, a sneaky kind of trainer. You get blinkers on. You're barely eligible for the condition with the $50,000 price tag. Keeneland September. Has experience, has a right to improve. Price should be square enough. Luan Machado rode on debut, and he's back aboard today, so I'm with McLean's Lullaby.
Yeah, like it.
All right, let's take a look at the Derby City 6. And again, nobody skillful enough to connect the dots yesterday, and when you see the dots, you're going to understand why. I mean, Star of Wonder may be singleable, Jonathan's Way may be singleable, but in both of those races, there were so many other ways you could go. We had opportunities for a jackpot. We had opportunities for a 10% carryover, and obviously the full carryover, and what we got was Handsome Pants at 10-1 against Kinetic Control, the odds-on favorite, who did run second. 10-1 on that first-time starter for Kenny McPeak by Daredevil, therefore no winning tickets.
If the world just listened to James Scully, this would have been cashed, right? Handsome Pants, one that he was touting, as well as Happy as a choice.
Right.
So
Good point.
always sharp, James Scully. But yeah, tough one to get to. Musical Mischief taking out, what's our girl there? The favorite in the Musical Mischief beat yesterday, the DeVoe horse. I'm thinking Chiefs. That's all I'm thinking. I'm thinking Mahomes. I got no horse names in my head, but Musical Mischief was hard to get to, winning that stake. Shotgun Hottie, thank you, Mr.
Shotgun
Kalo.
Hottie. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, Hoosier Philly got bet out. I was like, all these things are going around in my head. There are a lot of horses that didn't necessarily run their races, but Musical Mischief did, and then some. Take a look at that carryover, Kevin. Second day in a row, a full carryover. And we're early in this meet. This is a big number, 128,959. You and Tony put together tickets. We'll take you through yours, and then I'll take the fans through Tony's.
Yeah, tough to find singles that I absolutely love in terms of, I do like the horse, but the field's just very dangerous. But I'm going to go with Sunday Disruptor. The number 2 coming out for McPeak, a little bit more distance, looked very good losing to Jewel Destiny, finishing second last out. I think that's just the one that I just have to trust, even though Dawn After Dawn, very dangerous in there. And I could say go on about that one, but VV's Dream as well. So 2 McPeak singles for you. I think the sprint distance is going to be key for her. Always very talented. The work tab is very sharp. And then I'm basically just spreading pretty deep in the rest of the legs, except for the last one, I think anybody but B-Sud or Junior Bug.
Tony will be on. More on that later. Yeah, that'll be a fun race to talk about. Let's take a look at Tony Kalo's ticket. He will be on for this race, and his single comes in the finale. And again, when we reveal our signature plays, you'll know why this is even that much more intriguing. B-Sud in the finale, the 12, as he goes 4x4x4x4x3 by 1. Is that $153.60?
I think the math is wrong.
Tony's.
I mean, he's a math wizard, too. I got to trust him. I'm trusting Kalo's math.
No 3 in race 7, he's telling us. Okay.
But you can see it here. It's hard to find a single. I think Tony just cried uncle at the end and said, well, just give me B-Sud for a single. I got to have one somewhere.
Right on. Well, we'll get this cleaned up, and we'll get it fit and ready to go for the fifth race when the Derby City 6 does pop up again, the carryover just shy of $130,000. All right, maiden special weight fillies, 2 years old, mile and a 16th in this one. Sunday Disruptor did lose to the stablemate last out. That was Jewel Destiny. Jewel Destiny was the odds-on favorite. Sunday Disruptor looked like second best, ran second best that day. Start prior, had a ton of traffic trouble in what has turned out to be a very key race. The first and second place finishers have both come back to win at this meet. So just looking at that on paper, this is squarely the one to beat. But there are several other prospects in this race that could, if they do win, pay a much better price.
Yeah, one thing with the added distance, right? We went from 6 furlongs to 1. Now we're getting 1 1/16. This is a half to pass the plate. Who had success going?
And the dam was a sprinter,
panels, right? And the dam's a sprinter.
It was wild. It's a weird pedigree.
Yeah. So I think the added distance is just huge. I think we draw very nicely here on the inside. 1 mile 1/16 shouldn't be a problem. But Margot's Angel working very sharp for Mott. Dawn After Dawn coming out for Brendan Walsh, I think, is dangerous. Then also this Along Comes a Woman. Maybe still a little bit green, but the works have looked good. Eddie Keneally's runner there could be a sneaky.
Yeah, I picked that horse last time she ran at Ellis, and she was so ranked early, found some room on the inside, galloped out in front, so that one I think's got more to give. Champagne Nights was another one I was interested in. Fourth on debut, kind of that typical Ian Wilkes lesson learning debut. Company lines were good. Liam in the Dust now stretches out with the blinkers on. We've got Edgar Morales returning to the saddle, and the dam was a really good turf allowance horse. So, again, if you're looking for something sneaky in there, Champagne Nights is the horse that I'd look to. All right, race number 7 does kick off the late pick 4 with the pick 5. The late pick 5 starting in the 6, 7 furlongs of distance other than fillies and mares 3 and older. And the complexion of this race, at least for me, changed quite a bit. Red River Magic scratch, that was my top pick. Mugen, a late scratch off the also eligible list. You've got a field of horses that have shown ability in the past, a lot of them, but maybe have not shown quite as much lately. I think there's a lot of different ways you can go here. One thing I know for sure is Steampunk is not going to be 20 to 1.
No. No, definitely not. That was a very impressive win at Kentucky Downs last out, and was just highly regarded.
Steampunk's 20 to 1.
Is that right?
I mean, I didn't really realize that until I just saw that on the screen. That's not happening. No. Anyways, probably 9 to 2, maybe.
Yeah, I thought that was a very forward course, specifically those races right before at Kentucky Downs that Steampunk won, and then boom, you see this monster just coming out of it. And you saw that favoritism here at Churchill in June. That was, but when Davis claimed that one away from Nacho Correa, so always highly regarded, dangerous in here. I also like Catalano's La Foray. Very impressive maiden win, right? After that tough start, was able to run down Belle the Bluegrass, who I think is a decent runner. And again, tough race there for anybody coming from off the pace on August 29th at Kentucky Downs. I think we can a little bit draw a line through that. Comes back, works very sharp here locally. I think this one's in fine form.
Just to put a bow on this, Steampunk already has a win on dirt, so the turf to dirt, not a concern for that one. La Foray, very turfy on both sides, the Factor and Forestry, but I agree with Kevin, that horse was awesome 2 starts back, so if you can get a price, certainly wouldn't argue using La Foray, who looked really good in that debut performance. All right, tapping on the gas pedal here, a couple of races to go, including an optional claiming 2 other than in race number 8. 6 furlongs is the distance in this one. The return of Vivi's Dream, one of the more talented 2-year-old fillies we saw last year, the dominant winner of the Pocahontas 1 year ago. And then right now, you've got Princess Madison, you've got Silver Rose, you got Minx Palace. Something's got to give.
Yeah, this seems like a day that was circled by the McPeak barn. You got Vivi's Dream coming out, Sunday Disruptor, you got Creative Minister, Ben Franklin. They seem like they've got a lot of good runners. And Vivi's is one that they've always really highly regarded filly. Maybe thought she was the best in the barn, in the winter last year, and she just didn't get it done going longer. We know she's very, very dangerous sprinting. The work tab just screams that she's moving quite well. She looks fantastic. She always did, though, always does. So there's question marks at likely a very short price, but I'm just going to lean on Vivi's Dream. I'm going to trust that she's ready to roll, and sprinting is her game.
Yeah, her 1-turn races, she showed a little tactical speed. She didn't show any tactical speed at all in those 2-turn races as a 3-year-old, which concerns me a little bit, especially going that 6 furlong distance very sharp today. Princess Madison, no issues with her. She ran a creditable race at Charlestown in a grade 2 last out. Her races prior to that were extremely good. If she runs back to either one of those 2 races, the rest of these are running for second. Race number 9, mile and an eighth. What a good race here. The co-feature, 2 other than, a lot of different ways you can go. Kevin, you mentioned Creative Minister, who's run some huge races off the bench. He's got some class. Single Dot Yacht is in fantastic form, looking for 2 in a row. Baton Rouge proved himself over a mile and an eighth last out, going gate to wire. This race, the waters are much deeper than the field he beat last time.
Yeah, I think that Randy Morris, as I mentioned, I think the barn's, definitely moving well in the mornings. Expensive Cut is a little bit sneaky and dangerous in here, but Baton Rouge just seems to be the commanding speed in here, just moving forward very nicely. He's a 4-year-old. I think we're just going to be able to get to the front and fight him off. We got 1 win at the distance, second time going this distance. Worked well in between that last race. I like Baton Rouge in here.
Creative Minister, tough to win 9 furlongs off the bench, but there's a precedence. He's done it before, or at least similarly. Ran 4th off the bench in the slop at Oaklawn, March of 2023 in a tough race. And then Keeneland, mile and a 16th off the bench last year, just missed behind First Mission and Command Performance, seemingly training well leading up to this. And I think Creative Minister is ready to run a big race off the bench. A 10th race is a nice one. Starter 50, 6 furlongs the distance in this contest. Let's take a look at the field for the finale. And I promised you guys on the show yesterday I wasn't going back to the Junior Bug well. And then I looked at this field, and this is a much easier race. There's no attaché, there's no Gold Luck, there's no Optimal Courage, et cetera, et cetera. Caramel Chip, like a salt shaker. This is a much softer $50,000 starter than what he's been running in. I went back to the well again. I'm probably going to regret it, but I looked around at the other viable alternatives and landed on him.
Yeah, Joe, why'd you do that?
I just tried to explain why.
Yeah, I think Cathedral Beach is rounding back into form. Claimed away from Hartman. Amos got a run there. Took a forward step back in the good direction after going south from that top effort just earlier in the spring. And rounding back into form, his best beats these. I think Hartman's got him lined up today.
All right, lots of good stuff happening today, and lots to look forward to the rest of this September meet. Let's send it back down to Caitlyn Free to find out what's happening. I'm looking forward to a couple of days off, Caitlyn, but already looking the next racing week as well.
Yes, we are. There's plenty of stuff going on today as well as next week as we kick off the second week of the meet coming up on Wednesday. So we are going to pick up those Wednesday days starting next week, and then the following week after that, the closing week, we will also be running on a Wednesday. But Sunday, you can come out and join us here at the track for that Sunday brunch. We did have one today. Parking lot was pretty full, so there was definitely people out. There is one next Sunday and the following Sunday after, going to be on closing day. It is up in the stakes room. Going to be a breakfast up there. I know that there's plenty of drinks. There's definitely alcohol because I've been and I have seen it. No, I have not drank it, but I would definitely have a mimosa if I was to go up there. But we've been talking about these Twin Spires contests a bunch of times, and we did have that NHC yesterday. Chris Couples, I heard, was one of the winners. I know Chris, he's a good friend of mine, so congratulations out to him and Arthur as well. They're winning spots in the NHC with that tournament yesterday. We are going to be bringing the same type of tournament back next week. It is going to cross over with our card as well as parts for the Pennsylvania Derby. It is also a Breeders' Cup BCBC qualifier, and then we do have a feeder contest today. This is going to be an $80 feeder. You earn points, money totals to try to earn spots in the NHC, the same way you kind of do in other types of tournaments. So we're going to be having those feeder contests throughout the meet. We're going to have one next Wednesday, but we do have that $80 feeder coming up for today's 10-race card. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Caitlin. And Chris Couples must have run into James Scully yesterday because he bet 50 to 1 on Handsome Pants in race 11 to win the tournament.
That's how he won it?
He won it with a $50 to win on a 10 to 1.
That's a nice one. That's a nice one. Yeah, congratulations to him. It's so fun. You get the feeders to get into the bigger tournaments if it's too big of a price tag. Yeah. But now we got the BCBC seats on the table too. This is good stuff.
$80 feeder. What are you doing? If you play the races on Twin Spires, it's a couple of clicks on the website. It's really, really convenient. It's really easy. The scoreboard's up there. You can check everybody's scores race to race.
Mike V from Louisiana, we're talking to you.
Yeah.
Get involved
Come on,
in this.
Mike.
win this thing.
It's a no-brainer. All right, a no-brainer is playing this card at Churchill Downs. First, you got to get the changes. We got to honor America with the national anthem. We'll do just that. We'll be back with the starting gate in just a few.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Churchill Downs. Please rise for the national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Churchill Downs as we wrap up opening week of the September meeting on a beautiful day in Kentucky. Let's take a look at the scratches and changes for today's 10-race card to be contested over a track labeled Fast. The opener in 26 minutes from now. And in that first race, scratch 1, Summer of Mischief. Scratch the 1, Summer of Mischief. A late workout, number 3, Mercy Warren, September the 2nd to Churchill, 4 furlongs. 49 breezing. Scratch number 4, In My Opinion, from the first race today. So scratch numbers 1 and 4. Second race is clear. Turn to race number 3 for a late workout to number 10, Redeposit. Right here at Churchill, September the 4th, 4 furlongs, 50 and 4. Number 11 is 2 pounds over in there, and scratch 13, Imperio. And 14 General Issue. Scratch 13 Imperio and 14 General Issue from that third race. In the fourth race, Raylu Gutierrez is now the jockey for number 2, Up Striker. Gutierrez on the 2. Scratch number 5, Roboman. Scratch the 5, Roboman. Overweight 6, Soaring Bird, 2 pounds. 6 is 2 pounds over. Scratch the 9, Man on the Moon. Scratch 5 and 9 from the fourth. Race number 5 kicks off the Derby City 6. The carryover today is more than $128,000. Huge pool already in that Derby City 6. Overweight 1, Fearless Lady, 4 pounds. Number 1 is 4 pounds over in the fifth. Race number 6, number 3, Runnin' and Gunnin' is 4 pounds over as well. In the sixth race, number 3, Runnin' and Gunnin', 4 pounds over. Race number 7 kicks off the late pick 4. Rider change 5, Determined Candy, to Brian Hernandez Jr. Hernandez Jr. rides number 5. Scratch number 12, Red River Magic. Scratch the 12. And then scratch 14, Sister Kisses on down through the 16, Curlin's Magic. Scratch 12, 14, 15, and 16 from the 7th this afternoon. Eighth race, Lasix 3, Minx Palace. Eighth race, number 3, Minx Palace races with Lasix. Scratch 8, Dorothy Crowfoot. Scratch the 8 from the 8th. No changes in the 9th race today, and some scratches in the 10th and final this afternoon. Scratch number 2, Bebedoro. Scratch 8, Holiday House. 9, B52, and 14, Northern Chill. Scratch 2, 8, 9, 14. Main track fast for the races today. Don't forget that Derby City 6 carryover, more than 128,000, starting in race number 5. But first off, the opener in 23 minutes. Best of luck and enjoy the day here at Churchill Downs. They're in the gate, and they're on.
We are 21 minutes away from the opener, first of 10 here on a Sunday at Churchill Downs, off of a big day yesterday, welcoming in Tony Kalo. And Tony, it's September. The Derby and the Oaks aren't until the first Friday and Saturday in May. For some reason, and I've seen a lot of Pocahontases and Iroquois, it just felt a little bigger yesterday. Maybe it was because of the quality of those fields, but I really felt the excitement, the buzz. The other stakes were great too, but really, really feeling good about what we saw in those two races yesterday.
I would agree. A lot of big fields, maybe that created the buzz. Eye-catching maiden winners, that creates a lot of buzz.
And Saratoga versus Ellis.
Saratoga coming, versus Ellis. There's a good point too. Yeah. But it was a great card, and there was great races. Jonathan's Way looked tremendous. The Pocahontas was a pretty cool race. Your gal ran her heart out.
Yeah.
LaCara comes with a big run. That was my filly. So
yeah.
It was funny up here, fans, because Kevin's filly made a little move through the turn. Joe started the rooting, and then I finished it off in style. I got so excited, I disconnected my microphone, and then we got the instant reaction, and we're all buzzing off of Joe's microphone. That's the fan in me.
No, I mean, that's why we try to, when we do these things, we try to talk as fans, because that's what we are. We all put, any fan that's playing the races, to try to make money, whether you're a weekend warrior, you follow the races regularly, you're putting the work in just like we are. We just happen to be at the desk sitting and discussing it. That's what we try to portray on the air, give you good information, have fun doing it. We have our, moments. We have our tough beats just like everybody else.
Without a doubt. I started very early, 10 years of age, learning how to read a racing form. I was a fan first. I'll be a fan last, that's for sure. Big fan of the sport, obviously.
We've had a lot of people message me or ask me, I'm sure they ask Caitlyn too, why isn't Caitlyn on the A grid? Well, she doesn't do picks every day. I don't want to add any more work to her plate. But luckily, at least she gives us her signature plays, and she's got those to reveal right now. Chiefs Bengals today, Caitlyn.
All right, well, thank you, Joe. Let's go ahead and take a look at those signature plays. I'm going to be against a favorite that, Tony, I'll see what you think about it. I know Kevin was like, we'll see. It's Baton Rogue and coming up in race number 9. I want to call him, Baton Rogue is what I want to call him because that's what Tony said. It's Baton Rouge. I get confused every time just because. Yes, he is, actually. No, he's. stop. You're confusing me on purpose. But this horse can absolutely win this race. I was telling Kevin earlier, I liked a couple of prices in here, so I was going to take a stand against, specifically King Kumbale and Event Detail. Best bet is going to come in race number 6. It's Dawn After Dawn for the Brendan Walsh barn. Him and Luan Machado had a huge summer together at Ellis, so I'm going to stick with the hot hand. Isadora leading sire Complexity that comes off of a big effort last out, was a third behind Liam in the Dust, who almost won at yesterday's Pocahontas. Live long shot comes in the race prior to that. It is Wisconsin Gal at 10-1. Took a step forward last time out at Horseshoe Indianapolis in maiden special weight company to finish second in that second career start. She's back at the same distance, dropping into a restricted maiden special weight. I think 10-1 is pretty square. Tony, gonna send it over to you. Did you go with Baton Rouge?
Right on. I have picked Baton Rouge on my A grid, but I did not pick him as my top selection. But you know, it's funny. That's the beautiful thing about horse racing. We all have different opinions. Kevin loves Baton Rouge. Caitlyn's going against him. I love B-Sud. Kevin and Joe are absolutely against B-Sud today. Huntress for Hire, I was hoping, you know, perhaps a little more pace. I'm a little concerned with the scratch of Mugen. And my favorite against is Lemon Muffin. I think there are quite a few in there. I'm going to piggyback in the 7th race, trying to get a double down there.
All right, let's take a look at my signature plays of the day, right? Yep, Princess Madison going against Vivi's Dream, and a couple other nice fillies in there. Silver Rose Mix Palace, who I've been a big fan of, but if she brings her A game today, she's going to be tough to beat. Chun Money, race number 3, they have regrouped, they have gelded, they have dropped in class. It's a homebred, so it all makes a lot of sense. So does the 8-1 morning line price, and yeah, I was looking around at some favorites at Tony B-Sud. I would not be surprised at all to see him win race number 10, but I had to go to Junior Bug. Man, if B-Sud wins and Junior Bug, runs his typical 3rd or 4th, that's not going to be a good way for me to end my racing week.
Oh, well, that's horse racing.
It's horse racing.
It is.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at Kevin's signature plays. He's with me on B-Sud. He's got La Flore.
I didn't get the memo, ladies and gentlemen.
As is live long shots. And that one, Turf to Dirt, we'll see what that one can do on the main track, but looked very good breaking the maiden in debut 2 starts ago. We're all on Sunday Disruptor. I can see that being a best bet. But there are some other horses in there with some upside. I think Kevin would probably be happy with, probably going to be 2-1, 5-2. I think it'll be less than 3-1, but obviously looks like a nice prospect for Kevin.
Here's the game between the lines with Kevin. So I'm seeing Kevin doing the expert picks last night. I'm like, hey, Sunday Disruptor, maybe a single. He's like, boy, it's salty. It looks like a bunch of them. So I've used quite a few on my pick 6, and now Kevin's made Sunday Disruptor his best bet. I see what's going on here, huh?
No doubt.
No Texas Hold'em with that kid.
Race number 7, Kevin's live long shot is La Flore, and that happens to be one of the money back races today, courtesy of Twin Spires. Races 3 and 7 are the money back races. Again, bet a horse to win and get up to $10 back if they run 2nd or 3rd. Only your first win wager is eligible. And again, races 3 and 7 at Churchill. We had a great qualifier for the NHC yesterday. Chris Couples, Jeff Arthur ran 1-2. Congratulations to them. Another opportunity at a NHC and a BCBC qualifier. It's a grand to get in, coupling the races at Churchill Downs on Saturday. We've got a bunch of stakes on that card. I believe 4 of them, those entries are out. And Pennsylvania Derby Day at Parks. And $1,000 is a lot to put in a tournament, Tony, but $80 is not.
Yes.
And that's what we get today, an $80 feeder into that big contest.
Love the feeders. That's a great way for guys with limited bankrolls, kind of like myself. It's hard to come up with $1,000 in one fell swoop on a day of races, but $80, hey, that's very affordable.
Yeah, take your swing, and they do such a great job of the presentation on the website, the way you can see the leaderboard race to race, and they just make it really, really easy to play these tournaments. $80 feeder. Get your entries in before the start of the card. And let's take a look at our A grid, Tony.
Okay, yeah.
And we're going to see
Thankfully for this A grid, because my top selections have not been faring too well, but with the addition of the A grid, I'm somewhat
me too. I had 2 winners on top yesterday and 7 A's.
I kind of had 2. I think I had 2 winners on top and 6 A's.
There you go. So it does help. And basically, again, if you're not familiar with this, you get double the number of races on the card to utilize in the A grid. You just don't get unlimited A's. Like I see out there sometimes with people tweeting out their selections. You get double the number.
You've been called out.
If there are 10 races, you get 20 A's. And, you'll see 3 or 4 in some of the races. You'll see a lot of singles. It's interesting because Kevin spread in the early races. I spread in the middle races. You spread in the late races, which happen to be the pick 6 races.
Well, yes, exactly.
All right, let's jump into the card. Let's see where we're at. Tony and I with the 2 in the Kevin and Tony with the 2 and the 7 on their A grid in the opener. I am narrowed down to just the 2 Greek heiress, and she's the current 3-2 favorite.
Getting a ton of play on, Joe.
Pick 5, wagering available here in the opener. And we saw her win here at Churchill on May the 11th. That was the week after Derby. And a starter 50, she had won 2 in a row at Oaklawn, condition claimers, and then she broke slowly from the starting gate. I was against her in that May 11th race. She broke slowly. She was steadied back. At least got no shot. Shuffled, made a huge move late on the far turn, rallied off heels, and somehow got the win. That was a starter 50. This is a $25,000 claimer. Now, the form is darkened a little bit by that Mama Turf race, but in Lindsay Schultz, I trust she's an 18% trainer.
I agree. I didn't know a lot about Lindsay before arriving here in Kentucky, and I have been really impressed with the work she does. We've been watching a lot of these horses so far to start the September season. Some that have been getting a little bit of a brief freshening, taking most of June and July and August off, have been faring very well, and she fits that MO. She looked good winning that starter allowance race. I don't hold turf dashes at Monmouth or other turf dashes against them when they get back to the main track. I'm willing to go with her. I will say this, I like the 9-2 a lot more than I like the 8-5.
Yeah, no doubt. You got a couple scratches
here
too. And again, the 9-2 has never happened.
That's true. That's true. Especially losing the morning line.
And I picked her anyway.
And she might drift up just a little bit, but hey, we're trying to give out who we think's going to win the race. We don't always try to pick out long shots.
Right. Yeah, you got to take what the race gives you. Now,
exactly.
Kevin's on the 7, Stand By You, who also give a chance to. She won at Ellis. We saw her do it last time. And Mazoku was in great form going into this. I remember that day, and I didn't pick Stand By You, but I picked somebody else. I basically said, I think Mazoku's probably at this point a little bit over the top. She almost won. Stand By You caught her late in that race at 9-2 after finishing second behind her in the start prior. This is a horse that's in good form. She's going to run her race, but she likes to come from maybe a little bit further out of it than I'd like to see.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We probably both picked Ghostly Night if I'm looking at this.
Ghostly Night.
There you go. I'm looking at the chart real quick. I was against Mazoku as well, that particular. And Mazoku was going great guns, no question about it. And Stand By You ran a very good second to her when Mazoku was still kind of in good form.
Yes.
And it's not like Mazoku's out of form. She got defeated ahead. But, like you said, she's got to come from a little further off. That was 6.5. You would have to think she's even going to be farther back now in this. Well, this 6.5 again. So, but, she's in good form, no question about it. I made her my second choice. I thought she was good enough to be an A, and I wouldn't be surprised if she comes back.
Number 3, Mercy Warren might have a little bit of a tactical advantage here. There's not a lot of speed signed on with that defection of Summer of Mischief. And, I thought she had every opportunity last time. Yeah, they went pretty fast. Margot in a bubble bath, a 3-2 winner. Rose Palace picked up a lot of pieces late to be second. Center Stage was third that particular day. And, again, one of those horses that ran at Churchill that's being freshened by Greg Foley.
Yeah, without a doubt. And she probably does have a big tactical advantage in this spot. I gave her a big, strong look. She's battling 21-2 and 44-4, and she took a ton of tote money. She's getting played today. I would not be surprised. I was trying to get her onto my A grid. I just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, Tyler does well, wins at a high percentage for this particular barn. Let's move on.
Notice the Foley barn, they win, and when they get hot, they get hot.
Yeah.
And they have not been that hot of late.
They were hot at the beginning of they came in fairgrounds.
Yes.
They had a good fairgrounds meet, freshened some of those horses up. They were ready for the start of the Churchill Spring.
They were.
And they've been, not overly active during the summer. So horses like this.
Yeah. Maybe
fresh,
this
fit,
is where it
and ready
all
to go.
starts. Yep,
We'll
fresh,
see.
fit, and fast.
I know Rose Palace well. So does Kevin Kilroy.
Yep.
We've seen her run some big races. I had seen that form tail off. I had seen her lose interest, it seemingly, like maybe she wanted to be a mom at this point of her career. She's run okay in her last couple of starts. She's going to run a little bit late, but at 4-1, you can come to my window up in Aristides Loft if you'd like to bet her.
I thought she fit nicely class-wise, and she has the MO working where she's taken the whole summer off, and her last race was here at Churchill. But once again, she's at the mercy of the pace. She comes from far out of it, and as you've mentioned, you know, she's not quite the same here in 24 as she was in 2023.
Speaking of Mercy and the pace, Mercy Warren should make the lead here. You would think she's up there at 5-2. I'm on the 8-5 Greek Heiress, and Tony is as well. The 7 Stand By You for Kevin Kilroy, looking to make it 2 wins in a row. Early pick 5, first of 10 on a beautiful Sunday at Churchill Downs. Good luck.
On the track for the first race today, no high five. Scratch numbers 1 and 4. A late workout for the 3. September the 2nd at Churchill, 4 furlongs, 49 breezing. 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting on Arella Star, Stand By You, and Rose Palace. Waiting for Rose Palace. Rose Palace is half in, half out. And we're ready. And they're off. Abitibi breaks right in stride. Arella Stars there. Here comes Mercy Warren firing through toward the rails. Stand By You comes on as well. Then on the far outside, it's Rose Palace, and Greek Eris catches up down toward the rail as they move down the backstretch. Mercy Warren, short lead. Abitibi right there. Arella Star 2 and Rose Palace on the far outside. 5 across the track with Stand By You trying to keep pace with them. And down inside, Greek Eris comes up on through, passing a couple of horses. So they hit the far turn. Mercy Warren and Rose Palace going head and head for the lead. Greek Eris 2 lengths back in third. Abitibi was in tight onto the far turn and is relegated back to fourth. Stand By You's wanted the track in fifth, and Arella Stars at the back in sixth. Round the far turn, a battle up top. Mercy Warren and Rose Palace, the two of them right together off the turn. Greek Eris comes off cover now, and here comes Greek Eris after a good trip up to grab the lead right outside the eighth pole. Rose Palace back into second as Mercy Warren gives way. Abitibi coming down the center. Final 16th, and it's Greek Eris. Greek Eris has gone clear by 3 lengths and will report home a 3.5 length winner. So Greek Eris was first, Rose Palace held second, Stand By You grabbed third, and Abitibi was fourth. Number 2, Greek Eris was first. Number 8, Rose Palace was second. Number 7, Stand By You was third. And number 5, Abitibi was fourth. Results are not official. And it's official. Greek Eris is a 4-year-old daughter of Ken Tharos from Madcap Eris by Speightstown, owned by 10 Strike Racing, 4 Corners Racing, Corey Molis Racing, trained by Lindsay Schultz. The winning jockey was Francisco Arrieta. Greek Eris, bred in Kentucky by Tracy Farmer. The time for the race was 1:16.76 seconds. Once again, it's official. In the second race today, no scratches or changes. Kicks off at pick 4, 22 minutes to post. And we're ready. And they're off. Abitibi breaks right in stride around the stars there. Here comes Mercy Warren firing through toward the rails. Stand By You comes on as well. Then on the far outside, it's Rose Palace, and Greek Eris catches up down toward the rail as they move down the backstretch. Mercy Warren, short lead. Abitibi right there. Arella Star 2 and Rose Palace on the far outside. 5 across the track with Stand By You trying to keep pace with them. And down inside, Greek Eris comes up on through, passing a couple of horses. So they hit the far turn. Mercy Warren and Rose Palace going head and head for the lead. Greek Eris 2 lengths back in third. Abitibi was in tight down to the far turn and is relegated back to fourth. Stand By You's wanted the track in fifth, and Arella Stars at the back in sixth. Round the far turn, a battle up top. Mercy Warren and Rose Palace, the two of them right together off the turn. Greek Eris comes off cover now, and here comes Greek Eris after a good trip up to grab the lead right outside the 8th pole. Rose Palace back into second as Mercy Warren gives way. Abitibi coming down the center. Final 16th, and it's Greek Eris. Greek Eris has gone clear by 3 lengths and will report home a 3.5 length winner. So Greek Eris was first, Rose Palace held second, Stand By You grabbed third, and Abitibi was fourth. And we're ready.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Greek Heiress has now won 4 of her last 5 starts. Claimed for 30. Lindsay Schultz has done very well with this daughter of Cantheros. And I don't know if she was claimed for the 25, but I do know that 10 strike racing, they can be aggressive. Lindsay Schultz is a high percentage trainer, and it all adds up to a victory at 6-5 with Francisco Arrieta aboard.
Yeah, it worked out to be a pretty good trip when Rose Palace went and put that pressure on Mercy War, and Greek Heiress got to sit that cozy inside pocket trip, pop out, and prove to be the best.
Difference in the daily double wheel pace from what we're seeing in the win pool right now. It is the 8 who is the favorite in the doubles, but right now 6-1. So the board's going to change quite a bit here in race number 2 as we send it down to Caitlyn Free for a report on the second race. And Caitlyn, De Oro Unbridled is an interesting horse for several different reasons.
Yes, he is an interesting horse and definitely one that I want to talk about coming up in this race. Saw him last time out at Colonial. I believe he was on the dirt there. It's been exclusively a dirt horse. He does have that dirt breeding. Is by Medaglia d'Or and one of the last foals out of the late Grade 1 winner Unbridled Forever, full sister to champion Forever Unbridled, daughter of Kentucky Oaks winner Lemons Forever. And if you watch this horse walk, you're not able to get a good view of it, so I'll kind of wait until he comes around here now that he's past the flowers. But he kind of has a little bit of a hitch in his step with his back leg. He's not doing it as much now since he's kind of been into stride a little bit more. You can see it there a little bit as he's moving. Yeah, he's doing it. But he has string halt. It's a little bit of an exaggerated movement at the walk with horses. It's a little bit of a neuromuscular gait abnormality. Just kind of looks like a jerk in one of their hind legs. It's not uncomfortable. It's involuntary, and it's not going to affect the way he runs. He's just as capable on the track. When he switches gaits and he's going faster, it's going to kind of subside, but it's very evident at the walk when you see it with him. He's also going to have jockey Vincent Chaminade back aboard, who's now back in Kentucky here. Had a really successful year so far in the Mid-Atlantic. He was at Colonial this summer. He was at Monmouth, but Vincent going to be back in Kentucky, and this is going to be the first time he's been on this horse for the Nacho Correa's barn.
Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. Good stuff, interesting stuff, good visual there. I remember War of Will. That was the horse that I remember having that same sort of condition. Found it to be weird, but obviously it didn't affect him.
He was a pretty nice horse,
yeah,
that's
no
for sure.
doubt. And now a first crop stallion. That's the number 3, De Oro Unbridled. Very well bred, coming off a runner-up performance. Thing Big was just okay yesterday, right? But this one is in a 2-turn race and is up there at a square price of 6-1. Let's take a look at the competitors in this event. And you and I are on the same exacta here, Tony. The 8-7, Gleese, the 8 is not live at this point in the win pool. Those odds are going to come way down because the horse is the favorite in the daily doubles. 4th on debut, better than it looks after a slow start. Galloped out with the winner that day. Gutsy second in the most recent start. Ran a winning race, ran too well to lose. But now we get the stretch out from the sprint to a route, which is an obvious concern.
Yes, it is. You never know what's going to happen. Some horses have longer races already under their belt, and he's going to have to get the 2 turns now. You know, he was my top selection on the 18th of August. In fact, I liked both of the horses that ran 1-2 that particular day.
You didn't like Diamond Lord?
I did not like Diamond Lord, unfortunately. I'm sorry,
It
Joe.
didn't cost you.
I'll tell you a story off air about that. It did cost me, though, unfortunately.
Okay.
I punched in the wrong numbers. So. Yeah, and a Diamond Lord. I'm like, no, I've got Joe's Diamond Lord and Noah's Job. You've got to be kidding me.
Ouch.
Yeah, that one hurt. But, you know, Aglise had the flow in his debut and Ajab didn't. But Ajab had like so many races and Aglise was a first-time starter. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go with the horse that's going to make his second career start. I saw James Graham after the race across from the Drury Inn. And he was like, oh, geez, he was just so distraught. He was like, gosh, this horse got the lead and just kind of waited and waited. He's still learning. He doesn't know what he's doing. And now we're going to go to Edgar Morales and just out of loyalty and, you know, the way I thought he looked, and I picked him in start 2, I've got to come back with him again.
Yeah, and you got Candy right on the bottom. Chocolate was a classy, talented.
Very talented.
Horse during her career. Frosted, more of a 1-turn kind of stallion, but he can get a 2-turn horse.
Sure.
Making a nice appearance.
He's a good-looking individual, and if he makes that forward move again from start 1 to 2 to here now the 3rd start, he's going to give a good account of himself. And as Joe mentioned, he is the low in the will pay for the double. So if you're getting excited at 6-1, we have to anticipate he will be much lower.
Duke of Duval right now the favorite. Like this one a little bit too, kind of a coin flip for me between the 2. This horse does have the 1.5-turn mile experience. Lost to a nice horse and Multitask. That was one of the many winners for Owen Hardy during the course of the summer at Ellis, and incrementally, speed figure wise, taking step forward. And again, you shouldn't worry too much, at least pedigree wise, about the distance by Arrogate out of a Tail of the Cat mare.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the mare though. It seems like she was a lot more successful in shorter races, but you know, that doesn't necessarily always equate. We saw it in the nightcap last night with Kenny McPeak's first timer. You know, I'm looking at the stats, and it was 26% for the siblings in dirt sprints versus 10% in dirt routes. And as you mentioned, Kenny wasn't going to put that horse in a 2-turn race if he didn't know what was going on. I like the way this horse closed last time. It's not like they flew early with the half being 47 seconds, and he's able to continually improve his position. And this will be his 3rd start after a nice little vacation from March to July.
Number 6, He's a Joker, is a horse that I was chasing early in his career. Then I handed the baton to Tony. He started chasing Here's a Joker a little bit. Now we get a big price. We get the stretch out to 1.16 miles. Has been keeping good company. We get blinkers on. We get Luis. I got a feeling they expect this horse to be forward today.
You would have to think so. This will be his first time around the 2 turns. So in these shorter races, he's been somewhat forward. You're right there. You're the one that got me onto this horse, and I still have him like in my B grid in this race, but I'm just waiting for him to finally put it all together. Declan Cannon had told me after World Record, that debut run, he's like, this horse has ability. There's no question about it. And he can put it all together, and you'll get rewarded at a nice price.
He has not been a short price in any of his races. He's been keeping good company. There's no question about that. And like I said, stretch out, blinkers, Luis. You know, we'll see if this horse responds better to maybe being the target instead of having targets to run at. Bourbon Society's been a little bit, he's got a little hang in his game. He's been the runner-up 3 times and has been in position to win all of his most recent races, even last time when he got beat a half a length by Kinetic, Padiddle. They were all kind of sort of trying to lose that race. Kinetic was the favorite. Right?
Yeah, well, definitely. Well, Kinetic was the one that was really trying to lose the race.
Yeah.
It looked like he was going to win by the length of the stretch, and he's still got a lot to learn. That was only his 2nd start. I'm looking forward to seeing him race. Once he figures it out, he
Figures
could be
it
a
out.
very, very nice horse. One thing about Bourbon Society, you know, Culprit's a horse that I'm fond of. I think Culprit ran a really big race and defeated Ellis this summer. He's got long races under his belt, so when could be question marks with some of these other horses going a mile and a 16th.
True.
Bourbon Society with a mile and 16,
Yeah.
the 1.5 turn mile at Ellis, and then the mile and 8. At least he'll have the stamina.
Foundation's
the foundation,
there, and
yeah.
should get, you know, a tactical pocket trip, you would think, with that. You know, he's got enough speed to stay up close.
Yes.
He's got Jarrett Loveberry. Any other quick final thoughts here? I thought Magnificent Rags maybe for a piece of this, but Aglee still holding firm at 5-1.
Yeah, you know, I looked a little bit also at the Saratoga horse, I guess. That would be the 4, Ready as Ever. You know, another one that's stretching out.
All right, horses heading out onto the racetrack. Pick 4 here. Good luck.
On the track, race number 2, double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, pick 4, and die 5 wagering. 6 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Ready as Ever and Can't Stop Willis. They're in the gate, and they're off. Even start. Here's Momentum Files. He's a Joker, and here's Eagles from the far outside. Those three quickest out. Momentum Files for that inside post has come on to take the lead. Company from the outside, and he's a Joker racing up into second. Eagles joins them to be third. Doro Unbridled in behind, racing in fourth. Can't Stop Willis is now fifth. Ready as Ever settles into sixth. The break of two back. Bourbon Society and Magnificent Rags. Duke of Duval, the trailer to the backstretch run. At the opening quarter, solid 23 2/5 seconds. The leader, Momentum Files. Mild pressure from He's a Joker second. They go 1-2 down the backstretch with Eagles on the far outside, tracking them from third. And Doro Unbridled is right there too. And Ready as Ever is just coasting along, covered up down inside within 2.5 lengths of the leaders. And then it's Can't Stop Willis. Mustering up a rally is Duke of Duval. Duke of Duval is coming from the back of the pack, but is buried down inside, needs to find a way through. Bourbon Society in between. Can't Stop Willis is wide. Magnificent Rags at the back. Round the far turn. Momentum Files still in front, heading for the quarter pole. He's a Joker right there. Eagles continues to travel well and is 3 wide and putting in a bid now. In fact, Eagles takes charge off the turn. Eagles in front and kicking on to lead by 2. Doro Unbridled runs up into second. Momentum Files gives way. Duke of Duval shaking loose too late. Final 16th. Eagles still clear by 2. Doro Unbridled's going to go to the rail for a final try. Is getting closer. Eagles down to half a length. Now it's ahead. Now it's a photo. Doro Unbridled and Eagles noses on the wire together. Farther back, either Bourbon Society or Duke of Duval. Photo finish. Number 3, Doro Unbridled was first. Number 8, Deaglees was second. Number 7, Duke of Duval was third. Number 1, Bourbon Society fourth. And number 2, Momentum Files was fifth. Not official. And it's official. Doro Unbridled is a 3-year-old son of Medallia Doro from Unbridled Forever by Unbridled Song. Owned by Charles Fipke, trained by Nacho Correas, the winning jockey Vincent Cheminade. The winner was bred in Kentucky by his owner. 143.64 was the time, and it's official. Turning to the third race today. Late workout 10 Reed Deposit, September the 4th at Churchill, 4 furlongs, 50 breezing. Number 11 is 2 pounds, scratch 13 and scratch 14, 23 minutes to post. They're in the gate, and they're off. Even start. Here's Momentum Files. He's a Joker, and here's Eagles from the far outside. Those three quickest out. Momentum Files for that inside post has come on to take the lead. Company from the outside, and he's a Joker racing up into second. Eagles joins them to be third. Doro Unbridled in behind, racing in fourth. Can't Stop Willis is now fifth. Ready as Ever settles into sixth. The break of two back. Bourbon Society and Magnificent Rags. Duke of Duval, the trailer to the backstretch run. And the opening quarter, solid 23, 2/5 seconds. The leader, Momentum Files. Mild pressure from He's a Joker second. They go 1-2 down the backstretch with Eagles on the far outside, tracking them from third. And Doro Unbridled is right there too. And Ready as Ever is just coasting along, covered up down inside within 2.5 lengths of the leaders. And then it's Can't Stop Willis. Mustering up a rally is Duke of Duval. Duke of Duval is coming from the back of the pack, but is buried down inside, needs to find a way through. Bourbon Society in between. Can't Stop Willis is wide. Magnificent Rags at the back. Round the far turn. Momentum Files still in front, heading for the quarter pole. He's a Joker right there. Eagles continues to travel well and is 3 wide and putting in a bid now. In fact, Eagles takes charge off the turn. Eagles in front and kicking on to lead by 2. Doro Unbridled runs up into second. Momentum Files gives way. Duke of Duval shaking loose too late. Final 16th. Eagles still clear by 2. Doro Unbridled's going to go to the rail for a final try. Is getting closer. Eagles down to half a length. Now it's ahead. Now it's a photo. Doro Unbridled and Eagles noses on the wire together. Farther back, either Bourbon Society or Duke of Duval.
When you get proven quality at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products, it feels like you're winning. Find the proven quality you love at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products. Only at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Let's go and never say never.
The roar of the crowd is back. They're in the gate and they're off. Seats get degrees on the far outside. Here comes Field Day. Field Day gets up to win it.
Well, I would say that Iglesias ran too well to lose, but he pretty much got what he deserved, honestly.
And he kind of did what he did last time, too, as James Graham had told me, kind of waited on rivals. We were asking for him to wave bye-bye to the field at the 3/16, and then all of a sudden Joe's, he's waiting again.
Yeah, he was waiting. It's pretty obvious. I mean, maybe blinkers will do him some good because he certainly has some talent. But the horse that has string halt, you noticed it again. Caitlyn Free doing a great job explaining it to us in the paddock. But when he came back to the winner's circle, you could see that back right leg. It kind of, a little bit awkward back there. That is a condition called string halt. Will had it. Noticed it back when he won the Preakness Stakes, and nothing to worry about. That's just a quirk that this horse happens to have, and he gets the job done. Good pick by Kevin Kilroy.
Yeah, nice
on
pick, Kev.
top at 9-2 when all is said and done.
Very nice.
All right, race 3, money back races today, courtesy of Twin Spires, races 3 and 7, and this is a good race for it. We've got a maiden claiming 50 and a full field. Going to be a better horse to win, and they run second or third. On your first win wager on Twin Spires, you'll get up to $10 back. Make sure you opt in if you haven't already. Some different plays here from the three of us. I've got 2 A's. Kevin's got 2 A's. You've got an interesting lone A here, Tony. Let's start with your number 11 because you're up there at odds of 13-1, and it is your lone A, which to me signifies some level of confidence in a horse that's at a price.
Well, it also signals that I had to use some other A's in other spots. I'm only allotted 20 on the day, 2 times 10. I can even do that with my Chico State education. But, here we go. We've got a horse who hasn't been seen in quite some time. Ran in a maiden special weight race at Keeneland. It's a pretty good race, too. Agu and Mystic Dan and Linebacker and Manfredi, the Tulsa King. Excited to see that show re-air for Sly Stallone. That's a good one if you're not aware of it.
Not aware of it.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I think it airs again tonight for the second season beginning. But anyway, I like horses that can show speed the way he did in the debut. He took some good money. It was a big field of 11. It's not like he was completely dismissed. He had his share of supporters. He is second in the Will Pays in the pick 3, and he's 13-1 on the board. Why not? I wanted to go fishing here, and because of the way we have to allot our A's, I said I'll just single him up.
There you go. All right, let's talk about the 10 next, guys. Then we'll go to the 4. Let's talk about the 10 because the 10 is the favorite in the doubles and the pick 3s pretty significantly and is up there at odds of 6-5. Greg Foley, Luis Saez didn't go so well earlier for this barn with the horse in the opener, Mercy Warren. Redeposit looks pretty good on paper, though, has 3 on-the-board performances. Talking about, the Foley barn getting hot and cold, and they were very hot at the beginning of the spring meet, bringing horses back fresh from fairgrounds. Now, this isn't the spring meet, it's September, but that Bullet workout on August the 20th may be signaling this one is ready to run a big race off the bench.
Bullets before that as well, that 47-1 gate move back in early June. Horse has taken a lot of money in 4 career starts, races 2 and 3. The second race right here at Churchill is a very nice race where he's in contention with the lead at the top of the lane. He obviously deserves to be the favorite in my opinion. And if I could have had room, I probably should have included him as another A.
Yeah, I've got him picked in third, but that action on the tote board and then the will pace certainly has my attention. It is the morning line favorite, but a very lukewarm morning line favorite at that, at odds of 4-1. Let's go to the 2. Go to the 2 next. Zeka. Let's go to my top pick next. We could probably do that.
Yes.
That's the 4 Chun Money. Who's up there at 11-1. This horse is fairly live in the doubles. 8-1 in the morning line, third choice in the daily doubles. And, comes back fresh, is a gelding, is dropping in class, ran some competitive races. You see Mystic Dan, you see Evan on Earth, you see some nice horses from Churchill and Oaklawn back in the winter. Did make one start, March the 7th at Oaklawn, but that was a muddy track and that was a mile. Not going to hold that against him. And this is a homebred, Tony, by Matoli, a $15,000 stallion. Was in a maiden 125, now in a maiden 150, which makes a lot of sense. Off the bench, Donnie Kayvon Hemmel, more of an under-the-radar barn here in Kentucky. So my price is going to be right. And Francisco Arrieta already with a win on the card.
Yes, I looked at him. I've included him in my top 4. I saw the debut run Mystic Dan race right there. Very, very solid effort. Earning his best speed figure. And, sometimes when horses are away for a long time, you go back and you see how they performed at the first asking. And that was his best race, at least from a speed figure point. So he has every right. Gelded, dropping in for $50,000. A very nice price. I mean, if you get away from the 10, there's value to be had.
No doubt about it. Let's go to the 2 next. That one's up there at 6-1. Zeka Diablo narrowly missed breaking the maiden at this level back in June at Churchill Downs. Lost to a horse by the name of On My Honor. A second again in the subsequent start in the mud at Colonial. Eduardo Caramori brought the horse to Saratoga, where for the most part, just ran evenly. 0 for 11, but fits pretty well in this spot and gets along well seemingly with Lewan.
Yeah, and went in for $50,000 over the surface here at Churchill, like you mentioned, runs a big second. I watched this horse back at Kentucky Downs in that initial look, and I thought that was a good race so much that I had a couple dollars on him on the 9th of December thereafter. I had talked to some friends and told them, hey, this could be a little horse you might want to put a couple bucks on. Not the case. Didn't run much against Suncroft. I have a lot of respect for that horse. He's a very nice one. Been waiting for him to break through. He's had a lot of chances. Sometimes in these situations, I like to go with a little more inexperienced horse that I think hasn't shown us who they could be.
Brad Cox has high percentage of wins in just about every category, some higher than others. But there are also situations where he gets bet just because he's Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffleone. Line of Scrimmage, 10th on debut. I know it was a maiden special weight. I know Multitask ran a big race that day, but not a very strong race from top to bottom. This horse got shuffled back early and was under a ride early and wasn't going anywhere through slow fractions and really did not make an impact. Kind of ducked the gap a little bit early to put him in a hole, but then was ridden thereafter and didn't go anywhere. You do get the race of experience. You do get the drop in class, but again, Aristides Loft at 4-1. If you want to play this one, you can come to my window.
Oh, look out. He called it out on the first race, right?
Yes, I did. I called it out on Rose Palace.
Rose Palace, yeah. So here we go again. One thing I will say, dropping in class of Brad, they paid a lot of money for this horse as a youngster. Keeneland, September 22, $725,000. It's never a promising sign when you see it dropped in for 50 ASAP.
Right. Brad knows his horses.
He really
does.
does.
That team, they watch their horses. They put their horses where they have a position, in a position to succeed.
And you've been talking about how he points for this meet.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We saw a good sign of that yesterday. All right, horses heading out onto the racetrack for the third event. Another opportunity at a rolling pick 3. 8-5, the current favorite. Number 10, Redeposit. Will he make a deposit in his own bankroll? We'll find out in 7 minutes. Good luck.
On the track, race number 3, number 10, Redeposit, late workout. September the 4th at Churchill. 50 breezing, 4 furlongs, 11 is 2 pounds over. And scratch 13 and 14, 6 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Mischievous M and Noble Eagle. They're in the gate. National Eclipse is unsettled. And will be backed out. And reloaded. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Chun Money broke right in stride, racing for the lead. Redeposit with speed, and so too Skelly Road. Mischievous M comes up on through 2. But it's Chun Money, the leader, down the backstretch. Here's company, though. Mischievous M comes up on through with Redeposit, and Skelly Road is right there, too, on the far outside. Not So Holy in behind that firing line. Racing in 5th. Zecca Diablo is now racing in 6th. Here comes Noble Eagle advancing on the far outside, 7th quickly. High Five Sai is racing 8th. Constitution Review 9th. National Eclipse in 10th. Macho V is 11th. And slow starting line of scrimmage is the trailer. Mischievous M, the leader, after a solid opening fraction at 21-3, leads by a length and a half as they head for the top of the stretch. Redeposit under pressure racing 2nd. Not So Holy under pressure 3rd. Chun Money 4th and toward the rail. Zecca Diabo and Skelly Road and Noble Eagle, they're off the turn. Mischievous M trying to tough it out with a furlong to do so. Redeposit's coming with a run, and so is Zecca Diabo. Zecca Diabo on the far outside is up for the lead right at the 16th, and he is getting away. Zecca Diabo scores by 3 lengths on the wire. Mischievous M held 2nd, tight for 3rd. Chun Money or Noble Eagle. Number 2, Zeka Diabo first. Number 6, Mischievous M was second. Photo for third. And number 4, Chun Money was third. Number 12, Noble Eagle fourth. And 11, Skelly Road fifth. Not official. Zeka Diabo is a 4-year-old son of Danza from Bala Perdita by badge of silver, owned by Equinox and Foxdale, trained by Eduardo Caramori. The winning jockey today was Luan Machado. The time for the race 1:10.16, and it's official. In the 4th race today, Raylu Gutierrez is the rider for number 2, Up Striker. Scratch 5, Roboman. Number 6 is 2 pounds. Scratch 9, Man on the Moon. The 4th race in 24 minutes. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Chun Money broke right in stride, racing for the lead. Redeposit with speed, and so too Skelly Road. Mischievous M comes up on through 2. But it's Chun Money, the leader, down the back stretch. Here's company, though. Mischievous M comes up on through with Redeposit, and Skelly Road is right there, too, on the far outside. Not So Holy in behind that firing line. Racing in 5th. Zeka Diablo is now racing in 6th. Here comes Noble Eagle advancing on the far outside, 7th quickly. High Five Sai is racing 8th. Constitution Review 9th. National Eclipse in 10th. Macho V is 11th. And slow starting line of scrimmage is the trailer. Mischievous M, the leader, after a solid opening fraction in 21-3, leads by a length and a half as they head for the top of the stretch. Redeposit under pressure racing second. Not So Holy under pressure third. Chun Money fourth and toward the rail. Zeka Diabo and Skelly Road and Noble Eagle, they're off the turn. Mischievous M trying to tough it out with a furlong to do so. Redeposit's coming with a run, and so is Zeka Diabo. Zeka Diabo on the far outside is up for the lead right at the 16th, and he is getting away. Zeka Diabo scores by 3 lengths on the wire. Mischievous M held second, tight for third. Chun Money or Noble Eagle.
like the Kentucky Derby. Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Zeka Diablo just missed at this level off the bench at Churchill in mid-June, battling every step of the way on the front end, but he's been coming from a little bit off the pace in the recent starts and a little bit tough at Saratoga recently, and a well-timed move here for the victory with the X-Man, Luan Machado.
Yeah, Luan Machado. You know, a lot of times with maiden races, I try to find inexperienced maidens. I think that angle's really good with the maiden special weights. I've heard, you know, sometimes with the lower level maiden claimers, and 50,000 being what the second lowest level we have here at Churchill, sometimes maybe experience pays off in these type of races.
Pays off to the tune of 4-1 in race number 3 as we move forward to race 4. Just a reminder too, we do have that super high 5 carryover going into this race of just a little over $2,000, and race 5 is where the Derby City 6 begins with that carryover pool just shy of $129,000.
That's a big one.
Yeah, if you haven't started constructing those tickets yet, you probably should get on it as we march forward to this Pick 4 race, the 4th event, 12-5. And for Derby City 6 purposes, I'm glad this race isn't involved.
I would agree. Not that the other 6 races that are involved are easy. It's a tough sequence this afternoon when we get to it.
Yeah, we've got horses in here that have had successful careers, and they just mostly appear to be either on the downside of their form, or in the case of the horse that we're showing, a 9-year-old coming off of a layoff. That's the 8 Best of Greeley, who I scratched into. You picked on top. You know, if we see the same horse we saw here on November 1st at Churchill, they're all running for second money. This horse not only won by 8, but was wrapped up like a Christmas gift in the final 16th of a mile. The 2 subsequent races at the starter level were not bad. It's just we haven't seen a 9-year-old since January.
Yeah, he's been away for quite some time. A lot of past class, a lot of victories, a lot of seconds, a good record locally with 50% first and second. And Boy, this race, I had a heck of a time. I mean, I guess Soaring Bird makes a lot of sense. You look at him, and he's one for open 25, but I landed on the 8 as my top pick. Like you said, the last time we saw him here sprinting in the 6 furlong race at Churchill for the 12-5, he was odds on, and he just whistled that particular day.
Yeah, he kind of went off form during his 8-year-old year.
Yeah.
And then he
refound it there in early September.
Exactly. And then you claim an 8-year-old for 12-5, and you run him twice in a couple of starters, and then you give him time off and bring him back.
Maybe that's why he's been given this much time off, because they realized, hey, he got good in early September last year. Here we are.
Maybe this is a horse that doesn't run well in warm weather. I mean, there are horses like that.
Exactly. Hey, especially like with the fillies and mares, it's funny how I see over the years that you'll see them win almost identical to the date the year before. It's funny how cycles work.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out here. Lukewarm 5-2 second choice. The lukewarm favorite is Soaring Bird, and he's dropping. I don't think he's ever been in quite this low. I think he may have been in for 16 at one point. He was in good form at the beginning of this spring meet at Churchill. He won a race for 25, and then the form has just slowly declined since then, Tony. Not only with his finishes, but with his speed figures. We saw him at Ellis. That was an okay 25 claimer, won by Summer Splash. Freyer Lawrence has since come back to win, but that's not the Soaring Bird that we've seen during his better days.
Yeah, and then when you look at the victory on the 10th of May, you see the company lines, you see Figueretti, and there you see Sir Raleigh, who really jumps out because Sir Raleigh beats Upstriker in a condition 10,000 in early July at Ellis. So this is probably where he fits, like our top selection. He's getting a little bit up there in age as well. He's an old timer. We got some grizzled veterans in here, that's for sure.
Including the number 4 run for Richie. He's an 8-year-old. He's won 13 times, but man, it's been a long time between visits to the Charm Circle. He does have a couple of wins at Churchill on the resume. Another one coming off a little bit of a freshening. Does have a bullet work at Ellis for Eric Foster, an under-the-radar barn, and they do a nice job. Axeman looking for 2 in a row.
I looked at him for a long, long time, I was thinking maybe this might be his best opportunity to get the lead by himself in quite some time. You look at his interior fractions in his races, like 3-back, 44-3, 27th of April. They're going 45-1 thereafter. He might have a chance to get on the lead and get a little sneaky and get brave.
The 6 is Soaring Bird, the favorite in the doubles. The favorite in the pick threes is Fan the Fire. We'll talk about him in a moment. Talk about the 2 Upstriker, who to me looks like one of the horses to beat on paper. Didn't trust him. I don't trust him. I thought he could not lose his last race at Ellis on August 26th, and he didn't.
He tried to.
To his credit, he didn't win.
He tried to lose.
I mean, he barely beat a horse in Mad Adam, who hadn't run like twice in a year and a half. So he did win, but only beat 4 horses that day. And now we'll see what we get. Brittany Vandenberg's very aggressive in the placement of her horses. Ray Gutierrez picks up the mount here, but is ice cold on the tote board.
Yeah, and like you said, you look for horses with recent form, and he has it with the second to Sir Raleigh, then the recent victory. But it wasn't visually impressive, at least in my opinion, or Joe's. I had to go against him.
Remember Fan the Fire this spring?
Yeah.
He won 2 races in a row. He won at a mile. He cut back and won at 6.5 furlongs. Non-2 for 20, non-3 for 30. Then he went into a starter, and he actually held his own. That's a good race. Akache, Tivy, Master of Arms, and he did not have a clean trip. Last year's race is leaving a lot to be desired, particularly the one in Henderson last out.
Yeah, well, Juan got some immediate rewards there after claiming him for 15, so it's an aggressive move in for 12-5. And these type of races, I try to gauge the races the horses are winning. So Best of Greeley wins an open 12-5. Soaring Bird wins an open 25, although there are some questions about that. Fan the Fire's victories were condition claiming races.
Number 1 Oncoming Train won a beaten 10, a non-3 on June 22nd. By a nose, gate to wire. He found himself on the lead, which certainly enhanced his chances, and he did seal the deal. Woody, the bid spotter, ran second, did come back to win. But, at Belterra last time, at a beaten 12-5, and was 5-1 in that race and ran 6. It doesn't bode well for his opportunity to win today.
Yeah, and he's 10 3/4 behind Van the Fire. I love the name Woody the Bid Spotter. I'd love to be able to put that into a race call. Woody the Bid Spotter going once, going twice, sold. Woody the Bid Spotter.
There you go. I don't know where he is these days. I remember when he first emerged on the scene at Fairgrounds under the care of Brad Cox, but not sure where he. Jamming Eddie, this is a fresh face, Tony. David Jacobson,
Yeah.
Ramon Vasquez won a stake here yesterday. This is the fresh face, and maybe the fresh face gets it done.
Calbred here in Kentucky.
417,000 in the bank. There's a lot of big bank rolls in this field. Collectively, though, they haven't been earning much lately. Somebody's got to get the job done here. Right now, the 2-1 favorite is the 9-year-old off the bench, Best of Greeley. Will he be the best of this bunch? We'll find out in 7 minutes. Good luck.
On the track, race 4, Gutierrez rides the 2, scratch 5, 62 pounds, scratch 9. 6 minutes to post. Post time in 1 minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Fan the Fire in Best of Greeley. There. In the gate, and they're off. Up Striker breaks right out in stride. Jamming Eddie is there. Soaring Bird, Fan the Fire. Far outside is Best of Greeley. A firing line up top. Here comes Fan the Fire. Up to put a nose in front, and Best of Greeley moves with him. And so too does Soaring Bird, and keeping pace at the rail is Up Striker. In behind is Oncoming Train. Jamming Eddie is at the back of the first flight, but it's a very tight pack. Wide on the track is One for Richie on the far outside. So onto the far turn they go. Checking at the back there, Oncoming Train. So onto the far turn they go. Fan the Fire now going head in head with Up Striker. And Best of Greeley is hovering to their outside in third. 2 lengths back, Soaring Bird comes through toward the inside now. Fourth, Jamming Eddie is racing in fifth. They come for the top of the stretch. Up Striker and Fan the Fire and Best of Greeley. The three of them off the turn together. Up Striker trying to dig in. Fan the Fire in between, short lead. Best of Greeley is now back to third. Soaring Bird is fourth. Inside the final furlong. Fan the Fire still with a narrow lead. Up Striker's not backing down. Best of Greeley and Soaring Bird down to the finish. And it'll be Fan the Fire, who wins it in the end by 2.5. Tight for second. Soaring Bird or Up Striker. Best of Greeley fourth. Number 7, Fan the Fire first. Number 2, Up Striker was second. Number 6, Soaring Bird was third. 8, Best of Greeley fourth. And number 3, Jamming Eddie was fifth. It's not official. And it's official. Fan the Fire's a 5-year-old son of Hard Spun from Fanfare by Curlin. Owned by Motley Crue Stables, trained by Juan Cano. Fan the Fire was written by Francisco Arrieta. Bred in Kentucky by the Florida Mare Partnership. The time for the race, 110.32. It's official. Today's 5th race kicks off the Derby City 6. Number 1, Fearless Lady, is 4 pounds over. The carryover today is more than $128,000. And you've got 27 minutes to get those tickets together. Here. In the gate, and they're off. Up Striker breaks right out in stride. Jamming Eddie is there. Soaring Bird Fan the Fire. Far outside is Best of Greeley. A firing line up top. Here comes Fan the Fire. Up to put a nose in front, and Best of Greeley moves with him. And so too does Soaring Bird, and keeping pace at the rail is Up Striker. In behind is Oncoming Train. Jamming Eddie is at the back of the first flight, but it's a very tight pack. Wide on the track is One for Richie on the far outside. So onto the far turn they go, checking at the back there on Oncoming Train. So onto the far turn they go. Fan the Fire now going head in head with Up Striker, and Best of Greeley is hovering to their outside in third. 2 lengths back, Soaring Bird comes through toward the inside now. Fourth, Jamming Eddie is racing in fifth. They come for the top of the stretch. Up Striker and Fan the Fire and Best of Greeley. The 3 of them off the turn together. Up Striker trying to dig in. Fan the Fire in between, short lead. Best of Greeley is now back to third. Soaring Bird is fourth. Inside the final furlong. Fan the Fire still with a narrow lead. Up Striker's not backing down. Best of Greeley and Soaring Bird down to the finish. And it'll be Fan the Fire, who wins it in the end by 2.5. Tight for second. Soaring Bird or Up Striker. Best of Greeley fourth. Here.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
They're off the turn. Victory formation came back.
All right, so had that nice winner come home. Sorry, we're talking so much. I forgot who won that last race.
Fan the Fire, yeah.
Thinking all pick six. Fan the Fire with Juan Cano now. Had a couple wins back-to-back at Churchill in that spring meet and gets it done there.
Juan's done a good job with that horse. Claimed it for $15,000, won a couple nice races, and then drops in for $12,500 today to scoop up this purse.
Yeah, I think the barn did a really good job with their claims last spring that they worked throughout the summer at Ellis and elsewhere. So Juan Cano, another win, gets it done there. All right, so we got the conclusion of that early pick 5. Good payouts in there if you look ahead. We also had the beginning of the Derby City 6. We love this bet. Do you love this bet, people? Because we love this bet. 20-cent minimum is a fun way to attack any sort of multi-race wager. This is how nobody got it done.
I didn't love it yesterday.
No. Yesterday, you had to get it away from the favorites in a couple of different key legs. Musical Mischief, 16-1. That was a big price coming home, as well as Happy as a Choice. So beating Shotgun Hottie in race 7 and beating Skelly in race 9, as well as that first-time starter Handsome Pants. Those were the keys to getting this done. No winning tickets. That means that all that money comes over.
Back-to-back full carryover.
Back-to-back.
3,000 carryover on Thursday, and here we are on Sunday with just shy of 129,000.
3, then 30, and then 100 and something, right?
Awesome.
90, whatever. Yeah, so 128,959. And this is the rules of the game. 15% takeout. Love that. Low takeout. 90% payout if multiple tickets get it right. If not, if just one ticket gets it right, you get the whole thing. That's the jackpot part of it. No matter what, if there's multiple winners, then you carry over 10%. So this keeps on building. That's what makes it fun. Something to look forward to every day. Something to get us horse players salivating and going bet. Here's Tony's way of approaching the sequence.
I'm going to use a few of them here to start this leg. One of Chris Hartman's first timers. My top selection, the 7, Hale Akala. Also looking at both the 10 and the 11. Going to spread again in the following leg. Sunday Disruptor, though, if I could probably do it all over again, might have been another single opportunity. 287 in the 7th. I probably need more help there. I think I have the 8th covered with the 1, 2, 3, 4. Race 9, hoping for coverage there with Baton Rouge and Creative Minister and Game Warden, and just got to be alive to win this thing, and maybe I will be alive and get to the 12 B-Sud in the nightcap.
Love it. Tony's best bet of the day is B-Sud, so I like how you are taking a stand with that one and building your ticket around it. Here's how I'm going at it. Sunday Disruptor, my best bet. Number 2 in race 6. I got the McPeaks singled. I got Vivi's Dream singled in race 8. I can't get away from her. I think she'll be a short price on the Oaks Road last spring and comes back at the sprint distance. So I'm going to lean on those two and then just go deep. Race 9, I think it's quite open, a very competitive race, type of race that I love to see here at Churchill Downs. First one's a little bit tough. I've got 3 first-time starters and the Calhoun horse, and then just the 1, 4, and 5. Al Amik, Thought That Counts, in Cathedral Beach in the last leg, $72. All right, punch those numbers with us and root these ones home. It's going to be a fun afternoon here at Churchill Downs. Let's take a look here. We've got runners in the paddock. No, we've got Caitlyn free in the paddock, and that's what we want, right? A report from Caitlyn for this one? No, Caitlyn. Misreading. Oh, paddock pick. Great. We'll come back to her in a little bit. But top pick for Tony Kalo, number 7. I like the look here. Calhoun's filly. Looked very impressive on debut. I think we should improve off that one.
Yeah. Hey, Hala Akala. Hale Akala. There we go. I've got it written down properly. I can't even say it properly. First-time starter at Ellis in early August, and I thought she ran very well, trying to close into somewhat of a soft pace. They went 23 and 46 and 1 for a 5-furlong affair. She showed plenty of interest from the quarter pole to the 8th pole, and she just got a little tired in the concluding stages. I don't see there's no real standouts in this spot, and I do like the price I'm getting at 9-1, and I thought she'd be a good enough pick for me as my top selection.
Yeah, absolutely. She should improve off that. She looks composed. 2-year-olds coming at us in here and going 5.5 furlongs. I think Calhoun's got a few good 2-year-olds like Stilettos who ran in the Pocahontas yesterday. All right, my top pick. I've got the Hartman duo on top in here. Dinah's Girl, I gave the nudge to. This is a gift box filly. I think the gift box have been outrunning their odds for sure, been running well, and this is out of doubled. So nice to see one first-time starter of 3 3 so far. I've got it done for the siblings, and 2-year-olds across the board. 4 out of 6 in the money, 2 out of 6 with wins. So precocity is there in the bloodlines. Work tab looks very sharp for not only Dinah's Girl, the number 2, but also the number 4, Kentucky Smoke Show. Now, Kentucky Smoke Show was working with Constitution Review, who we saw in race 3. I'm not sure if that flatters the 4 that much, seeing that run. I didn't get to watch the trip to see if there was excuses, but I do like Dinah's Girl in here a little bit more, especially seeing this one's favored in the will pays in terms of double, pick 3, etc. So it does seem like a little bit more live here, even though there are even prices there on the board. So Hartman's got, I think, quite a few good ones coming at us today. Number 11, we both have in our top 4, Brad Cox, firster. Audible filly, not as successful with first-time starters, but coming out of a barn that does quite well. Here, the Queen, number 11.
Yeah, without a doubt. We always respect Brad's first-time starters out of an Australian, and damn, behold the Queen. I do like the fact she's been working at Turfway Park. I think horses that build up to their first start training over that tapeta get a lot out of that surface. So that should bode well for her in this spot. She's taking money as we expected. And as I mentioned with my top pick, you just look at this race and nobody's really jumping at you like, wow, that one looks like a monster. So it's wide open, and when in doubt, I guess why not go with Brad?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the market tends to do that for sure. Number 10.
The gate moves are good too. The 48's that's a good gate drill. I mean, I always look for good gate drills with 2-year-olds.
Yeah, 5 furlongs underneath
That's
the
one
belt.
thing your top filly has, your top pick, a nice 47-1 out of the gate at Ellis.
Yeah, you can't beat that. Number 10, McLean's Lullaby. I know Joe Kay's top pick in here. You've also got interest in this McLean's Music filly. Making the second start, adding blinkers. You think we're going to see some improvement?
Yeah, I would think so. Blinkers on, and the fact she took money in the debut, that's another angle I try to look for, is to see what kind of tote support they got in their initial look. She didn't run the greatest, but she has every right to improve against this group. They went, I don't know, they didn't go the greatest of times in that first start. There was something that I liked about it. I think it was the fact that was her dam has come back in at won a stakes race.
All right, let's sit it down.
Not her dam, one of the opposition. Sorry about that.
To Caitlyn Free. She's in the paddock. She's been looking at these 2-year-old fillies in the flesh. Who do you like, Caitlyn?
Volatile side of the family versus the street cry that is underneath. She's got a lot of size and scope to her. Coat looks good. Ears were pricked the entire time in the paddock. I just like the way she moved. There's been a couple in here that have been on some not the best behavior, as you saw the 7 just kind of dancing about in here a little bit. But the 4 Kentucky Smoke Show, she behaved well. She looked well, so I'm going to end up on her. But they're heading out onto the track here coming up for race number 5. Start of the Derby City 6 coming up here in 9 minutes. Best of luck.
On the track, race number 5, number 1 is 4 pounds over. This race kicks off the Derby City 6. Carry over more than 128,000. Post time in 8 minutes. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Royale with Cheese. Here the Queen who's gone in. And Divine Intervention. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Haleakala breaks out in stride and is quickly racing for the lead. And for the onside, Wisconsin gal comes on with some early zips. Sweet Music is also right there. Kentucky Smoke Show, Royale with Cheese. Mystified down toward the inside in that early mix as well. Here the Queen advances on the far outside up into 7th as Royale with Cheese checked out of there. McLean's Lullaby also in tight and checked repeatedly. Divine Intervention 4 or 5 wide on the far turn. Fearless Lady advancing toward the rail. Dinah's Girls at the back, and the trailer is D'Argento Bolt. Haleakala leads the way to the top of the stretch with company from Sweet Music, and these two are head and head with a quarter mile to go. And Kentucky Smoke Show comes wide for the stretch drive, racing in 3rd. Wisconsin gal 4th as they head for the mid-stretch markers. Sweet Music up for a short lead. Haleakala trying to fight on from 2nd. Kentucky Smoke Show in behind. Here the Queen down the center. Wisconsin gal, 4 of them can win it with 50 yards to go. And here comes Kentucky Smoke Show. Kentucky Smoke Show came away with the win. It's tight for 2nd, Wisconsin gal or Haleakala. And then it was either Hear the Queen or Sweet Music. Number 4, Kentucky Smoke Show was first. Number 9, Wisconsin Gal was second. Number 7, Haleakala was third. 8, Sweet Music was fourth. And 11, Hear the Queen was fifth. Not official. Kentucky Smoke shows it to your daughter Volatile. From Dying to Dance by Street Cry, owned by Joey Keith Davis and JD Thoroughbreds, Larry Romero and Pravin Patel, trained by Chris Hartman. The winning jockey was Rafael Bejarano. Bred in Kentucky by Rose Hill Farm. The time is 104.31. In the 6th race today, number 3, Runnin' and Gunnin' is 4 pounds over to kick off the late pick 5 in 27 minutes. And they're off, and Haleakala breaks out in stride and is quickly racing for the lead. And for the outside, Wisconsin Gout comes on with some early zips. Sweet Music is also right there. Kentucky Smoke Show, Royale with Cheese. Mystified down toward the inside in that early mix as well. Here the Queen advances on the far outside up into 7th as Royale with Cheese checked out of there. McLean's Lullaby also in tight and checked repeatedly. Divine Intervention 4 or 5 wide on the far turn. Fearless Lady advancing toward the rail. Dinah's Girls at the back, and the trailer is D'Argento Bolt. Haleakala leads the way to the top of the stretch with company from Sweet Music, and these two are head and head with a quarter mile to go. And Kentucky Smoke Show comes wide for the stretch drive, racing in third. Wisconsin Gal fourth as they head for the mid-stretch markers. Sweet Music up for a short lead. Haleakala trying to fight on from second. Kentucky Smoke Show in behind here. The Queen down the center. Wisconsin Gal. Four of them can win it with 50 yards to go. And here comes Kentucky Smoke Show. Kentucky Smoke Show came away with the win. It's tight for second. Wisconsin Gal or Haleakala. And then it was either Hear the Queen or Sweet Music.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
certainly from the inside. Shoulder to shoulder, 1 furlong to go. It's going to be close.
All right, a stretch battle for those 2-year-old fillies there. Kentucky Smoke Show just produces a little bit more at the end, gets up for the win for Chris Hardman, Rafael Bejarano, up a nice payment for those win backers on Kentucky Smoke Show.
Yeah, and our girl Caitlyn Free with a nice paddock pick there. I watched one of the workouts, and she had showed a little tenacity, repelling a bit of the workmate and kind of going on with it nicely through the clubhouse turn. And it kind of showed right there, getting it done in those final stages.
Yeah, getting it, right? Getting the game of it, getting the race of it that you want to get by, getting to the lead, get to the front there. Nice effort by many fillies in there. It could be an interesting race going forward. We've got a even money shot in here. We've also got a horse that I think is very logical at a big price. We've got some scoop about that one from Caitlyn Free. She's in the paddock. She just gave out the winner in the last race with her paddock pick. You know you got to perk your ears up when Caitlyn Free talks.
Well, thank you, Kevin. I am interested in a price in here as well. You kind of talked about it. I think it's the same one. It is the number 5, Dawn After Dawn, and I can't believe the price on her. She's 22-1 at the moment, which is very surprising. She's actually my best bet of the day. I really like this Daughter of Complexity for the Brendan Walsh barn. Luan Machado going to be aboard. And Luan and Brendan were quite the team at Ellis Park. I think this is really going to carry over at Churchill. They won 39% of their last 23 starts together in the last 30 days for an ROI of $3.18. So a good flash stat between Luan Machado and Brendan Walsh coming up here for Dawn After Dawn. And typically when you think of the Walsh barn, you think of maybe Tyler Gaffleone or Declan Cannon. They're kind of the 1 and the 1A when it comes to this barn. But Luan Machado has had a big last couple of years. He's booked full for a lot of these race cards. He's really tough to get as a rider at this point. But this filly, I thought, took a big step forward last time out, stretching out to the 7 furlongs. She's going to be going 2 turns for the first time today here. And that last race that she comes out of when she was 3rd was to Liam in the Dust, who nearly beat Lacara in yesterday's Grade 3 Pocahontas. And I'll go ahead and give you my paddock pick since I've had a chance to look at him. It's going to be the 2 in here, which is Sunday Disruptor. She just physically doesn't really stand out as much when it comes to a lot of her size and structure, but just the way she looks in the flesh, her coat, her skin, everything, she's perfectly dappled out. Her demeanor is very nice, and I think she is deserving of favoritism in this race.
All right, Caitlin, thank you so much. Yeah, Sunday Disruptor, both Tony and my top pick in here for race number 6. You can see Greg Geyer in there, the right-hand man to Kim McPeak in terms of getting these horses ready to roll. You know, on debut, ran very good, going 6 furlongs against some tough ones. Echo Sound, Evanescence, Next Out winners. Next Out, Stablemate, Jewel Destiny got the win over Sunday Disruptor. Why do we think this one's going to improve and get the win today?
Well, she ran Too Good to Lose recently, and she only lost because of her better stablemate, at least better at this point in her career, Jewel Destiny. You know, it might look like a 1 mile race. It's a 1.5 turn race. I don't think the mile 16 should pose any problems for her here. And if she repeats that last effort, she's the one to beat. She's the one to beat.
You have to pass the plate, who definitely could get it done going longer. So I think the pedigree is there. That is one question mark that I have. I do like the 5 in here, Dawn After Dawn, but the distance, a little bit more of a sprint influence on the dam side. Complexity, we're still wondering about, right, with this first crop. But 19-1 seems silly on that one. You also like the number 9 in here. I've got 9 in 4th. Along Comes a Woman. We were talking about this Eddie Keneally Frosted filly. She's got a look to her.
Yeah, back-to-back 2-turn turf races this summer at Ellis Park. And, you know, the debut run, Flip Flops is a gal that I'm interested in moving forward. Likewise for the 3rd place finisher, Love Tempo. So the company lines, I think, are pretty positive. I thought it was a very good race recently in early August. Inside, just kind of biding her time and coming with a decent enough run in the concluding stages. And I was like, you know what, let's give this one a look going to the dirt for the first time. I believe it's Mr. Asher was the one that told Joe about the turf dams, how
doing well on this
doing well,
Churchill
how their siblings do very well over this racetrack. So, you know, here's a horse that's run well over turf. Why not here at Churchill Downs?
Yeah, I think it had sneaky good work on the 10th. The rider was just basically standing up the whole way with elbows tucked in, really had a tight hold, working with City Cocktails. Sorry about that, City Cocktails. Still seems to touch green. That's my question mark about Along Comes a Woman. Keeps on kind of just sort of drifting in and coming in close to the workmates. Got a little bit of rank in that last effort there on the inside, but draws outside. And Keneally's got some nice 2-year-olds, as we've been seeing so far. In the first week at Churchill Downs, what about number 4? We got to talk about all the money going on Margot's Angel. Bill Mott's Practical Joke filly, 1 run under the belt. It was up at Saratoga, took money. Small field, though, so you're going to take a little bit more money. That's just how it goes. We're stretching out from 6.5 furlongs. We've got some questions about that. What do you think, Tony?
Well, the first thing that came to my eye was the 120 and 1/5, which is pretty slow at a racetrack like Saratoga. But then you go look and you see the back variance of 24, so the track must have been a little bit on the duller side that particular day. As you mentioned, she did take tote support, but it was a smaller field. She was chasing the eventual winner, who was a second-place finisher on debut to Anna Karina over this surface. And since then, Reliable Source was a big long shot in the spin away. The more we looked at her blood, Practical Joke, we both agree we like it shorter distances. She's a Scat Daddy mare, but her dam's out of a Gilded Time mare. So it just looks to me like it's a little bit short for the mile and the 16th. But, money doesn't lie, and maybe people are just seeing Saratoga and they're jumping on her. But gosh, there were a couple other ones I thought were a little more intriguing.
Yeah, works look sharp, so that's probably part of the money as well. Some of that clocker money, as they say. Half to Mischievous Angel, very nice sprinter for Jorge Abreu. All right, what about the number 8? Champagne Knights, Ian Wilkes, second-time starter. Blinkers go on, Edgar Morales stays up.
Yeah, Ian doesn't usually have them all geared up to succeed at first asking, and you would think Street Sense out of a Distorted Humor mare, the more real estate would probably be more beneficial. 7 furlongs is a tough distance to debut at, and she progressed from a positional standpoint. It's not like they blazed a trail. It is Liam in the Dust. That was the other thing, and here's Dawn After Dawn. So I thought both of them needed to be considered into my Derby City 6 ticket. She's a big number, 24-1, not getting a lot of tote support.
Yeah, what about number 3, Running the Gun, and also not getting much support there, 15-1. I thought that was a good debut, a good start to things. We're getting a little more distance. We're getting to a fast track. We've got Gunrunner on top. This is out of Charity Bell. Very nice turf dam, half to Alms, so maybe turf would be where we want to be, but I think distance isn't going to be a problem at all. Precocious, 3 for 4 with 2-year-olds, now 3 for 5 with the Running the Gun in effort. So I think this one's a little bit dangerous, has a look, possibly could add some value underneath. Who else is taking money? We've got 2 from Wayne Lucas, neither taking money. We've got the 6 in here, pretty chilly there on Rando, coming out of Al Stahl's barn. All that money on the 2 and the 4.
They're pretty much dominating. A little bit on the 9. Along Comes a Woman at 9-2.
All right, we're going to stick with the people on this one. Our top pick, Sunday Disruptor, coming out for Kid McPeak. 2 wins on the card yesterday. Vivi's Dream coming back later on as well as Creative Minister. Could be a good day for the barn here Sunday. Football Sunday. This is the Disruptor. Horse racing always getting in the way, and we love it here at Churchill Downs.
On the track, race number 6, number 3's 4 over 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Dawn After Dawn and Trading Secrets. They're in the gate. Rita's Legacy unsettled. And they're off. Aladdin breaks right in stride, right to the front, and Margot's Angel with speed, and Sunday Disruptor as well. Along comes a woman, comes on from the far outside, into the clubhouse turn. Aladdin goes head in head with Margot's Angel. Aladdin up for a short lead, and opens up now as they move around the clubhouse turn. Margot's Angel backs off into second. Along comes a woman, is racing third. Sunday Disruptor under a long hold and behind them fourth. 3 lengths back, Rando's racing fifth, running and gunning toward the inside six. Trading Secrets is now seventh. Rita's Legacy eighth. Dawn After Dawn ninth. 5 back, Champagne Nights is the trailer. The leader down the backstretch run is Aladdin, opening quarter in 23 and 4. Aladdin, shadowed by Along Comes a Woman, who's right there prompting from second. Margot's Angel has tucked in toward the inside. It'll be third to the far turn run. Sunday Disruptor has been moved to the outside, advancing now up into third for Sunday Disruptor. Margot's Angel's back into fourth, but still right there, just 2 lengths off the lead. A margin of 4 to Rando and Trading Secrets. Around the far turn, Along Comes a Woman, comes away with the lead. And now Sunday Disruptor's coming after her. Aladdin starting to fade. Margot's Angel switches wide. They're off the turn. Sunday Disruptor up for a short lead. Along Comes a Woman, drifted out off the turn, trying to engage Sunday Disruptor, who's taken charge. In the meantime, Margot's Angel continues to grind away and is up into second. Dawn After Dawn is closing down the center. 16th pole, Sunday Disruptor, Margot's Angel, Dawn After Dawn, that way on the wire. Sunday Disruptor the winner. Margot's Angel was second. Dawn After Dawn was third. And Along Comes a Woman checked in fourth. Number 2, Sunday Disruptor, first. 4, Margot's Angel, second. 5, Dawn After Dawn was third. 9, Along Comes a Woman was fourth. And number 3, Runnin' and Gunnin' was fifth. Not official. Sunday Disruptors, a 2-year-old daughter of Not This Time from Pocket Gift by Great Notion, owned by Three Chimneys Farm and Fern Circle Stables, trained by Kenny McPeak. The winning jockey was Brian Hernandez Jr. Sunday Disruptor, bred in Kentucky by Silverton Hill. The final time for today's race is 1:44.81 seconds. In the 7th race today, Brian Hernandez, riding number 5, Determined Candy, scratched the 12, 14, 15, and 16. It does kick off the late pick 4. Double exacta trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and high 5 as well. 6th race official, 7th race up next. Is Legacy unsettled? And they're off. Aladdin breaks right in stride, right to the front, and Margot's Angel with speed, and Sunday Disruptor as well. Along Comes a Woman, comes on from the far outside, into the clubhouse turn. Aladdin goes head-in-head with Margot's Angel. Aladdin up for a short lead, and opens up now as they move around the clubhouse turn. Margot's Angel backs off into second. Along Comes a Woman is racing third. Sunday Disruptor under a long hold and behind them fourth. 3 lengths back, Rando's racing fifth, running and gunning toward the inside 6. Trading Secrets is now 7th. Rita's Legacy 8th. Dawn After Dawn 9th. 5 back, Champagne Nights is the trailer. The leader down the backstretch run is Aladdin, opening quarter in 23 and 4. Aladdin, shadowed by Along Comes a Woman, who's right there prompting from second. Margot's Angel has tucked in toward the inside. It'll be third to the far turn run. Sunday Disruptor has been moved to the outside, advancing now up into third for Sunday Disruptor. Margot's Angel's back into fourth, but still right there, just 2 lengths off the lead. A margin of 4 to Rando and Trading Secrets. Around the far turn, Along Comes a Woman, comes away with the lead. And now Sunday Disruptor's coming after her. Aladdin starting to fade. Margot's Angel switches wide. They're off the turn. Sunday Disruptor up for a short lead. Along comes a woman drifted out off the turn trying to engage Sunday Disruptor, who's taken charge. In the meantime, Margot's Angel continues to grind away and is up into second. Dawn After Dawn is closing down the center. 16th pole, Sunday Disruptor, Margot's Angel, Dawn After Dawn, that way on the wire. Sunday Disruptor the winner. Margot's Angel was second. Dawn After Dawn was third. And along comes a woman checked in fourth.
When you get proven quality at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products, it feels like you're winning.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Simply the best.
Find the proven quality you love at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products. Only at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Sunday Disruptor, another win for the McPeak barn. Brian Hernandez Jr. up on that one. Very nice effort. Got a little bit close there at the end.
Yeah, sure did. Sunday Disruptor made that move and just kind of maybe waited on rivals just a little bit. Excellent ride by Brian Hernandez. I think the race was won heading into the turn.
Yeah.
Margot's Angel was all pinned in along the inside, and she kind of had to steady and backpedal just a few lengths, and that might have been the difference.
And guess what? Bill Mott was right. Tony and Kevin were wrong. That horse could get the distance. Nice late effort there by the Margot's Angel. But Sunday Disruptor, another good one for the McPeaks. These 2-year-olds, they keep on coming out. They keep on showing us fantastic efforts. Very exciting to be a part of all of this. All right, we've got race number 7 coming up, pick 4, the last pick 4 of the day. You want to get involved with that. It's a flat board, a lot of value to be found. If you look at this, the bettors just don't know what to do. Currently, Lemon Muffin, 4-1. Cutting back is the 4-1 favorite, very lukewarm favorite. Maybe we can get to another idea. We've got Caitlyn free in the paddock. What else can we do in here? It was a nice best bet for you in the last one. Ran third, dawn after dawn. Added that value to the otherwise chalky trifecta.
Thanks, and this is an interesting race, like you mentioned, definitely a flat tote board. I'm going to spotlight the number 9 Steampunk in just a minute, but I wanted to say there are so many horses coming out of this race that had last out turf efforts from their most previous race. I'm trying to see if 7 horses of this field are coming out of last out turf races, which I thought was very peculiar. But the dirt surface here is pretty turf friendly that we have here at Churchill Downs. And Lemon Muffin, she actually ran pretty well last out in graded stakes company on the turf. But the number 9 Steampunk coming back after a quick run at Kentucky Downs. She's the first one I've seen come back from Kentucky Downs this meet. Of course, we're not using the turf course this meet, so only dirt. But Kentucky Downs historically takes a lot out of turf, a lot out of horses. It's a very demanding surface. They're like 0 for 100 in the Breeders' Cup after runs at Kentucky Downs. But this horse came back off a short rest. She ran, but the horses that have come off of short rest, ran twice at Kentucky Downs. They did really well. They were actually 5 for 15 in that second run over the surface at Kentucky Downs. So shockingly, the quick turnarounds coming out of that racetrack, there actually may be a little bit of an angle with that. So the 9th Steampunk, it's already been a big meet too for Chris Davis, has won 2 of 3. She's 9-1 coming in off of that very, very short rest. So why not give her a look in here?
Yeah, yesterday we did see that runner, trying to remember the name here, it was my top pick, Vino Frizzante, that came out of that Kentucky Downs effort and ran a very good third, outrunning the odds in race 4 yesterday. And Steampunk is one that I think was super impressive getting that win. I thought Kentucky Downs was very forward last out. I was actually getting away from Steampunk, a horse I liked in that race because I thought I really wanted forward efforts. And here comes this huge late kick from Steampunk coming out of Chris Davis's barn, claimed away from Nacho Correas recently. What about this one for you, Tone?
You know, I've kind of overlooked her. I got to the track a little late this morning, and I heard you and Joe talking about Steampunk. Joe was actually the one that was probably mentioning more about her, that he trusted her the most, I believe was the quote I heard. You know, it's a very good win recently. Chris Davis is off to a good start so far in September here at Churchill Downs. I'll say that she was 11 lengths behind my top pick on the 10th of August, but maybe that's not a proper gauge for her talent. Definitely put it all together recently.
Yeah, tough trip that day, and that one does have that win over dirt. Seems like we're moving forward. Took a ton of money here at Churchill on June 12th. Was the sent off as the favorite, currently 9-1. So that's definitely a fair price on Chris Davis's Tapiture filly. Looking for the third win, 2 for 3 so far for the meet. Your top pick, let's talk about it, did finish 10 lengths above Steampunk. Hunters for Hire, Al Stall Jr.'s Nyquist filly, 4-year-old facing some 3-year-olds in here, definitely is dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of her from a pace standpoint. I think she's a legitimate late running, a one-turn type of individual. I liked her comeback race. I thought the winner ran big. It was also on a comeback at a big price. Once again, getting to Joe. Joe was saying she was maybe a little bit better on early in her career. I'll say this, 5.5 furlongs I thought might have been a little too short for her. She had that tough, way outside post recently on the 10th of August. Ellen J is Koveffi's first baby, who seems to be finally putting it together. Her first start was kind of a little bit of trouble. There was a lot of talk about her having some issues kind of just with her mind not maybe ready to go early on. She's put it all together. That was a powerful win. I'm concerned about the pace scenario, but Huntress for Hire has shown the ability where she can stay fairly close enough. Look at her maiden special weight romp victory. She's only a length and a half off at the top of the lane. I'd like to see her making that move where she's in contention when they swing into the lane. And if I saw it right, I believe she's the lowest in the double will pays.
Is she?
Yes.
Yeah, 6-1 in the win pool, is lowest there. The lone 4-year-old facing 3-year-olds in here, so I know it's a strong angle, and I've heard you cash a few that way in the past. So
a lone mare is the angle that I prefer
a lone
to.
mare.
But still, hey, I'll take this lone 4-year-old.
Lone 4-year-old. Got age over beauty. Let's see about my top pick in here, number 11, 13-1 on La Foray, coming out for the Catman Wayne Catalano. Factor filly has been on the turf, makes sense looking at the pedigree both sides. We had that very impressive win going 5.5 furlongs on debut after a troubled beginning. Was able to run down Belle of the Bluegrass, who I thought was a very good one. A little bit of an excuse, I think, in terms of facing Bedazzle, who was ultra impressive on August 29th at Kentucky Downs, but also I thought that was playing pretty forward there. La Foray had, I think, a better than looks effort. We get Ramon Vasquez up on this one, getting a good price, 13-1.
Another one that does her best running from far, far off the pace. I thought with the scratch of Mugen, I wasn't sure about the pace scenario, even with Mugen's presence. I'm even more baffled by it without it. So she will have to overcome that. I did like her graduation score, the way she flew through the lane. The runner-up didn't come back and do much at Kentucky Downs. Maybe that was because I had a couple dollars on her.
What about number 8? Hey, Olivia. Lost to that really nice Phil D'Amato Irina's Charm 2 back, and then put it all together in a big way last out at Ellis Park.
I really loved the runner-up effort on the 27th of July. She was all heart. It wasn't like she was caving it in. She was fighting the entire time all the way to the line. They were well clear of the third-place finisher. I thought she was a standout in the subsequent start, and she ran to her odds. I'm not sure what was behind her. I'd like to see her get somewhat into the race when I'm concerned with the pace scenario. That's what kind of made me take a little look at the 7, Benedetta.
I like Benedetta in here. 6-1. I think just made a really good move forward and was against the speed favoring, or let's just say a carousel race last time in terms of the flow. 1, 2, 3, basically throughout. Benedetta, I think, is very dangerous.
Especially with the absence of Mugen, who I thought was going to maybe get a beautiful trip from the outside. I'll say this, I'm not big on Los Alamitos 5-furlong graduators, but from a pace standpoint, I think she fits very beautifully. Fibber has really come into her own this entire summer, and last time at Saratoga, that's probably a tougher race than today. I think she's a little sneaky from a forward position.
Determined Candy was one that I just couldn't make sense of, the number 5, Sri DeVoe's entry in here. Moving to the dirt with this one, cutting back a little bit in distance. I'm not sure if we're just sort of throwing things at this one, second time with blinkers on, to see sort of what is the preferred here. It seems like turf is where we'd want to be.
The best thing going for Determined Candy is she is losing a tremendous amount of weight this afternoon, because I have been supporting her in her last 2 starts, and I have jumped off ship. This might wake her up at 12-1. I don't know what to make of her as well. Her lone victory was over a sealed, sloppy racetrack. I like the way she looked graduating. I have not liked her 2 races since.
All right, Brian Hernandez Jr. up on that one as Jose Ortiz goes with the number 13 in here that draws in off the AE list. All right, they are heading out for race number 7. As I mentioned, the last pick 4, the last big multi-race wager that you can take a swing at. Hopefully you're live in that pick 5, that pick 6. Looks like there might be some good payouts in that here at Churchill Downs on Sunday. Get involved. Trust your luck.
On the track for the 7th race, Brian Hernandez Jr. rides the 5, scratch 12, 14, 15, 16, 7 minutes. Post time in a minute. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Waiting for Harbor Springs. Lightning, My Queen, La Foray, and Miss Rocket. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lightning, My Queen, with a great start, and Miss Rocket was away well, too, from the far outside, and out there, too, is Hey Olivia, and Benny DeTalk comes through down toward the rail. At the back of the pack, Steampunk stumbled coming onto the main track. Good job by Kristen there, staying aboard. So the leader is Benedetta, pressed along by Lightning McQueen in second. These two head and head for the lead. Determined Candy comes on from the outside to grab third. Hey Olivia in between while fourth. Sweet Gal of Mine toward the rails racing fifth. Miss Rocket far outside now sixth. La Foray in between horses seventh. Huntress for Hire eighth and toward the rail. Lemon Muffin is all the way back in ninth, just ahead of Harbor Springs, who's now 10th. Steampunk's 11th by 5, and Come As You Are has been out-sprinted so far. The leader, through a quarter in 23 flat to a 46 and 1/2, has been Benedetta, who heads for the quarter pole in front of length and a half. Benedetta rolls off the turn in control. In between, Hey Olivia to the attack. Sweet Gal of Mine fights on down toward the rail. Huntress for Hires trying to weave through the pack. That is Determined Candy, but they're inside the final furlong. And Benedetta with a 3-length lead. Lightning, My Queen, and Huntress for Hire chasing Benedetta all the way around. And Benedetta is going to win it by nearly 3. Huntress for Hire was second. Lemon Muffin came on to grab third. And Lightning, My Queen was fourth. Into the winner's circle goes Benedetta, a 3-year-old daughter of City of Light from Tessie Flip by Grand Slam, owned by Kaleem Shah, trained by Steve Asmussen. And the winning jockey was Tyler Gaffleone. Benedetta, bred in Kentucky by Springhouse Farm and Dromoland Farm. The time for the race, 122.67. Today's 8th race, scratch number 8, Dorothy Crowfoot, and number 3, Minx Palace will will race with Lasix. Lasix on the 3, scratch the 8 from the 8th race today. Starts to final pick 3 of the afternoon, 7th race not official. It's official. 8th race up next. In the gate. And they're off. Lightning My Queen with a great start, and Miss Roquette was away well too from the far outside, and out there too is Hey Olivia, and Benedetta comes through down toward the rail. At the back of the pack, Steampunk stumbled coming onto the main track. Good job by Christian there, staying aboard. So the leader is Benedetta, pressed along by Lightning McQueen in second. These two head and head for the lead. Determined Candy comes on from the outside to grab third. Hey Olivia in between while fourth. Sweet Gal of Mine toward the rails racing fifth. Miss Roquette far outside now sixth. La Foray in between horses seventh. Huntress for Hire eighth and toward the rail. Lemon Muffin is all the way back in ninth, just out of Hard Harbor Springs, who's now 10th. Steampunk's 11th by 5, and Come As You Are has been out-sprinted so far. The leader through a quarter in 23 flat to a 46 1/2 has been Benedetta, who heads for the quarter pole in front of length and a half. Benedetta rolls off the turn in control. In between, Hey Olivia to the attack. Sweet Gal of Mine fights on down toward the rail. Huntress for Hires trying to weave through the pack. That is Determined Candy, but they're inside the final furlong. And Benedetta with a 3-length lead. Lightning My Queen and Huntress for Hire chasing Benedetta all the way around. And Benedetta is going to win it by nearly 3. Huntress for Hire was second. Lemon Muffin came on to grab third. And Lightning My Queen was fourth.
Like the Kentucky Derby, Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
backhand, rolls up and grabs the lead. Down to the wire. A gutsy winner there.
Benedetta gets it done there for Steve Asmussen. Tyler Gaffleone up. Looked very good getting that win, very professional. Looked like much the best. Hunters for Hire ran again up for second. And a good effort by Lemon Muffin.
Yeah.
Really didn't talk enough about her before that race. Cutting back and looked good at that sprint distance. But Benedetta looks good. Get it done at 7 furlongs. All right, we're going to go keep with the sprint distance, keep with these fillies. We've got a nice group, really stakes level group coming at us for this one, including Vivi's Dream coming back, cutting back on the Oaks Trail last year. Silver Rose, Minx Palace, Princess Madison, a lot of special fillies in here, but this race is also special for another reason. Caitlyn Free, tell us about it.
Thanks, Kevin. And yes, it is. You mentioned the fillies that are in this race, but this race is named in honor of the late Chuck Simon, a very beloved figure in horse racing, not only to me and all of his friends, but just in general. He was someone that spoke the truth about this industry and was very, very passionate about everything. He was a trainer. His biggest win came here in the Grade 2 Churchill Downs Stakes a number of years ago. Trained a lot of horses, but he did podcast shows. He wrote plenty of columns. He was just someone that everyone looked up to and just loved in general. And this was a collaborative effort by Steve Bick with a couple of different tracks, Belmont at Aqueduct, Monmouth, Gulfstream. We are all within the same hour running a race in memorial of Chuck. His funeral is going to be tomorrow up in New York, but this is just kind of a goodbye to him from the industry because he was so beloved across the country, across the world, from horse players, gamblers, track personnel, trainers, jockeys, everyone knew Chuck and we loved him so much. He was a very special mentor to me. I know a lot of other people here at Churchill Downs thought very, very highly of him as well. So this race is going to be named in his honor.
Love it, Caitlyn. Brings a tear to the eye. I mean, this is what you want. You want to live a life where you, when you do depart, that everybody is very, very adamant and excited to celebrate you. So cheers to Chuck Simon for this race. Across the country, going to be recognizing him. All right, we've got runners in the paddock here for race number 8. My top pick, Vivi's Dream. 2-1 on the morning line, sitting right about there. Not the favorite, though. 6 furlongs is the distance. That's not how long we've been going. We were on that Oaks Trail, running the Rachel Alexander, the Fairgrounds Oaks, and really just didn't keep on moving forward like, like bettors in the barn expected. Regrouped with this one. The work tab looks very sharp. 2 for 3 at Churchill Downs. 0 for 1 at this distance, but did get that win going that 1-turn mile here as well as 5 furlongs. So, we know this 1-turn configuration suits her. Talking with the barn, they just know she has the talent, right? And they want to make sure that they handled her right. And I think this is just the start of a very interesting campaign for this Matoli filly. We'll see if they keep at sprint distances. We'll see if this is just a prep going forward. But I want to take a swing with this one on top.
Yeah, there you go. About a year ago, she won the Pocahontas, our co-featured race yesterday, one of them. And you look at her record, and she's sensational in her 3 one-turn races. Good enough to win at 5 furlongs, yet good enough to be grade 1 placed at 1 mile and 1/16. That's not easy to do. A lot of ability, obviously, and she's a major contender in this spot.
All right, your top pick has got a price next to it, 5-1. I think that's a very good price. I think you're in a good spot. As a handicapper, Brad Cox, Constitution filly, who also has a win over the track, 1 for 4, but just comes with her best efforts just about every race, except for that synthetic one last out.
Yeah, I'm willing to forgive that. I didn't watch the replay, but when you look at her fast track record, it's pretty good with those 5 starts and 5 placings. Like the current favorite, Princess Madison, not Mighty Madison, who we'll see this upcoming week, but they both have victories in a first allowance condition against elders. I always like that angle for 3-year-olds when they're in against their restricted age group. She should be forward, and she's getting dismissed in the wagering. I mean, when we last saw her in the first condition, she's odds on, and she beat Sister Kisses. I guess it tells you how strong the public feels this field is, that she's getting no love whatsoever at 5-1.
Yeah, stablemate number 6, Miss Tart, also exits that Lady Erie. That wasn't her best race to date. I think she would have to step forward in a big way, but Tyler Gaffleone up, I think, is a positive indication, but 18-1 on that Cox filly. Let's talk about the current favorite, even money, on Princess Madison. Phil Bauer, big week, Speedy Traveler. Great pick by you.
Thanks.
We saw with Jonathan's Way getting it done in the Iroquois. You got to think that the barn is going right. This Speightstown filly has been super impressive, winning here at Churchill Downs, going up to Saratoga, getting it done. Tried Grade 2 Company last out and finished third.
I loved her maiden victory here on the 8th of June. That was absolutely awesome. Mugen came back and validated that performance with a good-looking victory in her subsequent start. I liked her at Saratoga. I thought the 2-1 was a nice price. I'll say this, I thought at the top of the lane she was going to win by a lot more than she did over Roswell. I'm not going to hold it against her. It was a tough Grade 2 over the bull ring at Charlestown. She's coming back a little quick, but I definitely know there is a lot of ability. Even money, though, is a very short price in a pretty good group of fillies.
Yeah, absolutely. What about Let Them Watch coming out for Mike Maker? Ramon Vasquez comes in here fresh after taking just about the whole summer off. We really showed a lot of speed earlier on as a 2-year-old and the beginning of the 3-year-old campaign. We haven't shown that speed recently over those March-May efforts, but this one could be dangerous if we break sharp and tries to confront either of those interfoes with that early kick.
You know, sometimes I don't hold the Florida form as strong as I do other parts of the country like Kentucky and New York, so I completely just didn't even really give her consideration. I looked at Minx Palace a little bit, who gets back on Lasix, and I thought when we last saw her and here at Churchill, she was awesome. And you even mentioned a little bit about Ripperton. Like the 2 and the 4, she has defeated Elders in an allowance race.
Yeah, these other fillies at bigger prices do have figures that compete with those top 2 choices in the market. So maybe you want to get away from them to get some value. Maybe you just want to lean on one of those. Last pick 3 of the day. Nice way to send out your Sunday. Football is running, but these horses are really bringing us their best. We're excited to see this race.
On the track, race number 8. Number 3, Minx Palace with Lasix, scratch 8, Dorothy Crowfoot, 7 minutes to post. Today's 8th race is part of a nationwide effort recognizing and remembering Chuck Simon, who recently passed away. He was a trainer here at Churchill Downs for a number of years. This 8th race named in his honor in appreciation of Chuck Simon. 6 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Miss Tart and Ripperton. They're in the gate, and they're off. Let them watch off to an alert start. Ripperton on the far outside is there. Silver Rose comes through toward the rail to get a forward spot too. Let them watch down the backstretch run. Here's Princess Madison now. Princess Madison comes up to put some pressure on and is right there second, and Ripperton is with them on the outside third. Silver Rose is fourth. Vivi's Dream comes off the rail, advancing up into fifth as they head for the far turn. Minx Palace is sixth, and Miss Tart is at the back in seventh of a tight pack as they hit the far turn, and they knocked out a quarter in 22 seconds flat. Princess Madison up for a short lead. Let them watch, keeping pace. Ripperton hovering to their outside third. VV's Dream and Minx Palace and Silver Rose right in behind these first three. And Miss Tart comes wide for the stretch drive, so they come off the turn. Ripperton comes off the turn and grabs the lead. Princess Madison under pressure. Minx Palace coming up the outside. VV's Dream coming down the inside. And Silver Rose squeezes through two. Ripperton trying to tough it out. Minx Palace with momentum. Ripperton with the answer. These two to the wire together. It's going to be close. Minx Palace. Minx Palace, the winner on the wire. Ripperton ran well, settles for second. Silver Rose or Vivi's Dream. Number 3, Ming's Palace first. Number 7, Ripperton was second. Number 1, VV's Dream was third. 2, Silver Rose, fourth and 6. Miss Tart was fifth. Not official. Mink's Palace is a 3-year-old daughter of Palace Malice from Scattering Mink by Scat Daddy, owned by Summerhill Stables, trained by Eddie Keneally, with the winning jockey Luis Saez. Mink's Palace, bred in Kentucky by Summerhill Farm. 109.25 was the time. The 9th race is up next. Double Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and High Five wagering in race number 9 today. Kicks off the late double. The 8th race today in appreciation of Chuck Simon. Chuck was a trainer here at Churchill Downs and later on a racing advocate and a mentor to many people in the racing industry and also a friend. He recently passed away after a courageous battle with cancer. We recognize and remember Chuck Simon here with today's 8th race. They're in the gate, and they're off. Let them watch. Off to an alert start. Ripperton on the far outside is there. Silver Rose comes through toward the rail to get a forward spot too. Let them watch down the backstretch run. Here's Princess Madison now. Princess Madison comes up to put some pressure on and is right there second, and Ripperton is with them on the outside third. Silver Rose is fourth. Vivi's Dream comes off the rail, advancing up into fifth as they head for the far turn. Ming's Palace is sixth, and Miss Tart is at the back in seventh of a tight pack as they hit the far turn. turn, and they knocked out a quarter in 22 seconds flat. Princess Madison up for a short lead. Let Them Watch keeping pace. Ripperton hovering to their outside third. VV's Dream and Minx Palace and Silver Rose right in behind these first three. And Miss Tart comes wide for the stretch drive, so they come off the turn. Ripperton comes off the turn and grabs the lead. Princess Madison under pressure. Minx Palace coming up the outside. VV's Dream coming down the inside. And Silver Rose squeezes through two. Ripperton trying to tough it out. Minx Palace with momentum. Ripperton with the answer. These two to the wire together. It's going to be close. Minx Palace. Minx Palace, the winner on the wire. Ripperton ran well. Settles for second. Silver Rose or VV's Dream.
finish. Ooh, Minx Palace just gets up over Ripperton. I tell you what, Louis Saez, known as one of the best finishers. Minx Palace obviously ready to roll there. Lasix backs after not having it the time before, but that Eddie Keneally Trini had enough to get Ripperton at the end.
Yeah, it's a nice price. I thought both the 2 and the 3 were offering some value versus the 1 and the 4 in there. And big effort from Minx Palace 2 back. And how about the effort from Ripperton? She was huge at 20-1.
Yeah, ran well at Horseshoe Indianapolis last time and then brought that form to Churchill Downs. So that was a nice finish there, really great race and paid pretty well in that exacta. Probably knocked some people out of those pick 5s and pick 6s. We'll see how that plays moving forward. All right, we've got a very competitive field here. This is one of those races that you find monsters left and right. Who's going to be up for it today? We're going 1 mile and 1/8. And we've got the interesting one in here. Event Detail looked very good last out. Second start as a 4-year-old. What do you think, Caitlyn Free? Is this the one? 27-1? Are you kidding me? Am I in the right race?
I know, that's exactly what I said. You and I said this morning. If this horse is anywhere close to that 20-1 morning line, he's better than that. He was definitely a must use no matter what, whether it's on the win end, using him underneath, using him in those multi-race wagers. But Event Detail in this race, he's going to be one that I'm going to give a little bit of a shot to. I think he's intriguing, making that second start off the layoff. Just got up at an off-the-turf event last out, going a mile at Ellis Park. If he can move forward off of that, I think he does have a shot. Even higher numbers for Will Walden was second-time starters off that layoff. 17% for his last 23 with a positive ROI as well with a horse in this type of an allowance optional level. And this horse has rattled off a good couple of works at Turfway leading into this race. And this is a horse that likes that surface at Turfway. His best races have come over that track. And I would think getting back to the races now here with Walden, he's going to target some of those nice races, even some of those stakes races in Florence over the winter with this horse. And we know that the surface at Turfway does complement the dirt track here at Churchill Downs. This is an angle that is popular, so you can use it in reverse. Horses working at Turfway or that have had previous starts there coming into these fall meets. So the 3 Event Detail I think is a juicy price. And I think you're getting a square price at 10-1 on King Kumbale as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you, Caitlyn Free. Yeah, the number 3 Event Detail, we're talking about this one. Tony, this is a big question that I have left and right when I'm looking at horse races. First start back off a layoff, specifically as a 4-year-old, ran back to that previous top. Second start as a 4-year-old is a dangerous angle. You got to expect improvement in that start, but sometimes if they do too much in that race back, then they regress. If we move forward from this effort, we fit in a big way. Blinkers were added for that first race there. Works look sharp. I think 28-1 is a gift.
It's a big price, that's for sure. I like the spacing from the comeback. Sometimes people will get a little too anxious. Trainers will just bring them back a little too quick after that nice comeback victory. So I don't think that falls into this case here. You know, almost 6 weeks off, 59 and change, working over that Tapeta at Turfway. I don't know what, I'll say this, the mile and a 16th race in the Rebel, now granted it's grade 2 competition and it was a wet racetrack, but his better races are a mile. This is a mile and an 8th. I'm just wondering about the distance for him.
Yeah, it is a question mark here. All right, what about your top pick, Creative Minister, coming back to us from Kimmick Peak, and also distance questioned, 0 for 7, going 1 mile and 1/8, though we've had some very good efforts at this distance.
Practice what you preach, Cale. You're talking smack on the 3 with distance
I didn't mean to do it like
hey,
that.
it's all good. You set me up for it. Yeah. You know, there's something about this horse. Obviously, I remember him early on in his career, his 3rd start of his career. To be honest, I fell in love with this horse after that race. Runs a good 3rd in the Preakness. You know, you brought up a good point. He hasn't been to the winner's circle in quite some time. McPeak's been on fire. Whatever he does is the right move. He's been gelded. I thought he was going to offer me maybe a little more value. I guess 9-2 is fair enough. It was basically between the 5, 8, and 12 for me trying to figure out who was going to be my number 1 pick. And when I saw the 6-1, I was like, all right, I'll go with Creative Minister.
Work tab looks fantastic. One of 2 McPeak trainees in here, also number 1, Ben Franklin.
Half a length behind First Mission.
Yeah. He likes to get a check.
He does like to get.
He likes to get a check. Yeah. We'll see if he's ready to roll. This could be his spot. This could be his friends that he needs to face. What about the number 5 in here? You mentioned you have some interest in Baton Rouge, trained by Chris Hartman, currently 9-2. I just see this runner as a lightly raced 4-year-old who has just been making nice, steady improvements. B, proven at the distance. C, commanding speed.
Yeah, you know, I thought there could have been some distance limitations on the 24th of August. I see the trippy blood on the bottom. I started getting a little concerned. He erased all of those doubts. A very good fourth to most wanted when he didn't have the cleanest of trips. That was a very, very compact group, and most wanted tended to his business. This horse ran very well in defeat. He hasn't done much wrong, and as you mentioned, it looks like he has a pace advantage over this group.
All right, we're talking about some good runners here who have been ready to roll and getting a win here and there. But what about number 12, Game Warden? Nobody's been sharper than Norm Cassie's Tappet that he claimed away from Saffie Joseph here May 12th. Got that one race in and then 1-2 at Saratoga. Going this distance, did it from outside post 2 back. I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, back-to-back 1 1/8 races at Saratoga, there's not going to be any question of a stamina and foundation factor. Saratoga is a deep, tiring racetrack. He's really come into his own. I remember when Norm claimed him, he was all excited about this horse, and now 2 out of 3 starts under Norm have got him into the winner's circle. Should be in a good position. Little deeper on the racetrack today with a big full field of 12 versus those 7 and 8 horse races at Saratoga.
Yeah, trip's going to be crucial. Number 11, King Kumbale. I just was like, maybe this is a single. This horse could be very dangerous, very live, has some classy lines, has 1 win in the distance, 7 wins altogether. 6-year-old coming back to Nacho Correas. Works if it looked sharp. This guy could be a monster, but in the end, I decided I want to give him one. It seems like he might have needed one in the past. What'd you think about the 11?
You know, you're the one that kind of talked me into him taking a good look at him. I didn't give him a lot of consideration initially, but you know, good enough to win stakes races as a Pennsylvania bred at Parks.
Expensive cut. Number 6 seems a little dangerous. Single Dot Yacht always brings the goods. Number 2 also in here. Lambeth coming out for Bill Mott. Worked very evenly with Mansa Musa ahead of that 3rd place finish in the Franklin Simpson, that grade 1. So number 2 seems dangerous. There's prices up here, short and long. Last double of the day. Hopefully you're live in your multi-race wagers. And I know my people, you're out there trusting your luck.
On the track, race number 9 to kick off the late daily double. Post times in 7 minutes. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Expensive Cut and Game Warden. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lambeth down inside, good start. Creative Minister is there. MacMan, and here comes Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge comes up on through and takes charge in the first furlong. Lambeth's going to back off and stalk from second as MacMan comes in from the outside to be third. Game Warden from post 12 to the two-path is racing up into the fourth spot. Bourbon Resolve toward the rail is racing fifth. Creative Minister is out there in sixth. And then it's King Kumbale racing on the far outside in seventh. In between is Single Dot Yacht in eighth. Ben Franklin ninth. Expensive Cuts in 10th. Event Details 11th by 4. And Hurry Hurry is not at all trailing the field 12 lengths off the lead. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. So Baton Rouge heads down the backstretch run with 5 furlongs to go. MacMan is content to stalk in second at a big price, 55-1, stalking Baton Rouge past a half-mile pole. Lambeth is still tucked away toward the rail. Game Warden's within range, only 2.5 lengths off the lead as they hit the far turn. Bourbon Resolve saving ground on the far turn as well. Single Dot Yacht's advancing, and so too Creative Minister. Creative Minister revving up on the far outside, but is forced to go 4 wide. As they round the far turn, Baton Rouge coming under pressure now. MacMan to the attack. And Lambeth is going to try and come through toward the rail. And Creative Ministers within range. Game Warden in behind them. Bourbon Resolve needs to find a way through. Hurry Hurry is doing just that and is rolling down the center but weaving about. 1 furlong to go. Baton Rouge, MacMan puts a nose in front. It's MacMan in front with a 16th to go. But here comes Hurry Hurry. MacMan, hurry. Hurry, MacMan, hurry, was 15 lengths out of it, but is first on the wire. MacMan, Lambeth, and Baton Rouge. Number 9, Hurry Hurry first. Number 10, Macman was second. 5, Baton Rouge was third. 2, Lambeth was fourth. And 11, King Kumbale was fifth. It's not official. In the winner's circle is Hurry Hurry, a 4-year-old son of Accelerate from Grassinelli by Belong to Me, owned by Steve Robbins and trained by Matthew Sims, the winning jockey. Luis Saez, bred in Kentucky by Lannister Holdings. Time for the race, 149.94. It's official. 10th race is up next. Scratch 2, 8, 9, 14. 9th race official, 10th race up next. And they're off. Lambeth down inside, good start. Creative Minister is there. Macman, and here comes Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge comes up on through and takes charge in the first furlong. Lambeth's going to back off and stalk from second as Macman comes in from the outside to be third. Game Warden from post 12 to the 2-path is racing up into the fourth spot. Bourbon Resolve toward the rail is racing fifth. Creative Minister is out there in sixth. And then it's King Kumbale racing on the far outside in seventh. In between is Single Dot Yacht in eighth. Ben Franklin ninth. Expensive Cuts in 10th. Event Details 11th by 4. And Hurry Hurry is not at all trailing the field, 12 lengths off the lead. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. So Baton Rouge heads down the backstretch run with 5 furlongs to go. Macman is content to stalk in second at a big price, 55-1, stalking Baton Rouge past a half-mile pole. Lambeth is still tucked away toward the rail. Game Warden's within range, only 2.5 lengths off the lead as they hit the far turn. Bourbon Resolve saving ground on the far turn as well. Single Dot Yacht's advancing, and so too Creative Minister. Creative Minister revving up on the far outside, but is forced to go 4 wide. as they round the far turn. Baton Rouge coming under pressure now. McMahon to the attack. And Lambeth is going to try and come through toward the rail. And Creative Ministers within range. Game Warden in behind them. Bourbon Resolve needs to find a way through. Hurry, Hurry is doing just that and is rolling down the center but weaving about. 1 furlong to go. Baton Rouge, McMahon puts a nose in front. It's McMahon in front with a 16th to go. But here comes Hurry, Hurry. McMahon, hurry, 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 hurry. McMahon, hurry, 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 hurry. Was 15 lengths out of it, but is first on the wire. McMahon, Lambeth, and Baton Rouge.
Hurry with the big late move from way last. Comes closing, and another finish from Luis Saez that just has to be celebrated. This man is unbelievable at the end. He just gets that nose up time and again. Gets it done over McMahon. Big run there for Matt Shearer's training. But Matt Sims, hurry. Another win here off that long layoff, just like we saw in May.
Yeah, and it's been a good angle so far to start the September season. Horses that competed at Churchill in the spring and summer that have not raced anywhere else this summer and now resurface here have been doing extremely well. There is a horse in the nightcap that fits that profile.
Ooh, leave him hanging. We'll tell him about it in just a second. Keep tuned in because you want to know who that horse is, or you can look yourself. But Caitlyn Free in the paddock. She's going to talk to us about next week. Can we look ahead to next week? Is it time to think about next week?
It's time already.
It's time. So football, then next week. What do you got, Caitlyn?
Well, thanks, guys. We have some good stuff coming up next week. Saturday, going to have 4 stakes races on card. The Grade 3 Dogwood is going to be the highlight. 3-year-old fillies in there, the Bourbon Flight. For the 3-year-old males, Megatu, batten down on a couple other ones, going to highlight that race. So plenty of stakes action coming up. But we mentioned the tournaments as well with Twin Spires, specifically stuff for the NHC. We have a $1,000 buy-in that is an automatic seat for the NHC. Also for the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, the BCBC. This is going to be a crossover event. Churchill Downs as well as Parks. It's going to be Pennsylvania Derby Day as well as the Cotillion at Parks. So you're going to be using both of these tracks for this tournament together. And then coming up on Wednesday, just as we had today, except this one is $96 on Wednesday. We do have one of those feeder contests. This is just Churchill Downs, no other tracks. Going to earn those points and earn those dollar amounts, trying to secure your seat at the NHC that way. So we have the feeders, we have the contest. Feeder coming up on Wednesday, and then the qualifier on Saturday.
Thank you so much, Caitlyn. Thank you so much, Twin Spires. Loving these tournaments. Hopefully you are as well. I'll tell you what, we know we're loving this Derby City 6. It's extraordinarily fun. And it gets us in situations like this, Tony, where there are 2 horses that if they win, it's another full carryover. The 3 and the 6. So if you like to root for carryovers, like to root against your fellow horse players trying to get that big score, then root for the 3.
Or if your public ticket just got knocked out in the 5th leg like mine, then you're rooting for the carryover.
Then you're rooting for the carryover. Rooting for the carryover. 211,000. So 3 and the 6, long odds on that win pool, and big payouts possible in that Derby City 6. So a lot of people are tuned in with interest. Who you got for him, Tony? Who's going to take this one home?
Well, we'll still leave you hanging with our profile horse, but we'll get to my top pick, which is the 12 B-Sud. I thought he looked pretty good winning in his 2 races here at Churchill, winning 3 back and then running second thereafter to Harrodsburg. Harrodsburg was going pretty good, and I thought Harrodsburg ran pretty well in defeat yesterday. He had a lot of fight to him, and he didn't just cave it in. And they went 15-3 that particular day on the 28th of June. Prior to that, he goes 16-1. I'm willing to forgive the most recent race. That was a somewhat salty first allowance condition turf dash. Finster is a horse that doesn't run that many races in his career, but when he does get to the table, he's pretty good. In fact, he's only run twice, and he's undefeated in both those starts. Arabian Prince is another horse that was making like his second start after a lengthy layoff. Demolition Duke just missed the other day at Kentucky Downs. He kind of nibbles a little bit, but he's a good horse that comes with a big run. This is a much more realistic spot, a good outside stalking trip expected from B-Sud.
All right, Tony's best bet of the day. This is Joe K and mine as well.
I didn't want to tell him that.
Favorite against. So we got our egos on the line for this one. I know you probably have some money on the line as well. Tony, my top pick in here, number 5, taking some money. Opens up at 7-2, currently 9-2 on Cathedral Beach. Chris Hartman looking for the second win on the day. Rafael Bejarano as well. They teamed up, almost got it done there. Good effort. Blast out from Baton Rouge. But this one back in the hands of Hartman, claimed away from Amos. And this is just that circle back pattern that I like to see when I'm looking at Thoroughgraph, where we ran really big at Oaklawn in the late spring there. And then we just sort of went south a little bit with Amos. We took our step back in the right direction. And if we follow suit, this one fits in a major way. I think, we might have a little bit of a difficulty in terms of the pace. I don't know. There's a lot of people who maybe want that pressing trip, that sort of forward trip, but not that front running trip. We'll see if it's too soft for Cathedral Beach to close into, but I like this one. I think it's a positive sign that we're taking money.
Yeah, and anytime a trainer goes back for a horse they had for quite some time in their barn, that's always a positive. The horse that defeated him, ironically, was a Chris Hartman, a returnee named Summer Splash, who had been away for quite some time and looked pretty good winning on the 12th of August.
Now, what do we do in burying one of our favorite horses, recent favorite horses, in second position? We both got Al Amik in second. What has he done us wrong? Can't he get the win here?
You know, I'm showing not much loyalty. I've picked him in both of his last 2 starts. A very, very good effort in defeat to save the trees at a huge number on the 9th of June. Thought he ran all right on the 3rd of August. I expected a little better run. A global stage kind of surprised the group, but he hasn't done much wrong. He seems to be coming into his own in his last 3 starts. Actually, if you forgive his debut run, he hasn't been off the board. 6-1's a very nice price for him.
All right, well, let's come back to where we teased him. There's one horse in here that ran last at Churchill Downs, and who is it?
It's Junior Bug, one of Joe Christofek's favorites. It's just been a good profile. We're probably going to have a little bit more on this next week with where the horses are winning from, what their racetracks. And this has been a good angle, racing at Churchill, taking the summer off and coming back for the September season.
Definitely been on the work tab. Definitely it seems ready to roll. Hasn't won since 2022, so that's a big question for Junior Bug. Florent Giroux up 4-1, not currently 9-2 on the Tom Van Berg trainee. All right, hopefully you are live in all your multi-race wagers. Hopefully you're having a lovely Sunday. Tony Kalo and Kevin Kilroy signing off from Churchill Downs.
On the track for the finale, scratch the 2, 8, 9, and 14. 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for B-Sud and Willie Bird, Cathedral Beach, and Criso Alogo. There in the gate. Willie Bird is unsettled in there. Riders off. Willie Bird's been backed out. And now the rest of the horses being backed out. Scratch 13, Willie Bird. Scratch number 13, Willie Bird. Refunds of win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, high five wagers. Consos in the pick 3 and double ending here in the pick 4, pick 5, or Derby City 6. You get the post time favorite at final odds. If you had used the now scratched and were alive to the now scratched 13, Willie Bird. Rest of the field staying in behind the starting gate. There'll be a brief delay. And now they're poised to reload. And it's once again post time. Waiting for Criso Alogo, B-Sud. They're in the gate. And they're off. B-Sud breaks in stride, but here's GT500, and Al-Amiq is sent hard from the inside post. Al-Amiq comes up on through, intent on the lead, but so is GT500, and these two are locked in battle in the first 16th of a mile. And here's GT500 who steps on it now. Al-Amiq trying to keep up, but is tailed off into second. Mo Running is racing third. Thought That Counts as fourth. B-Sud is now fifth. Brio inside sixth. Cathedral Beach in seventh. Creasa Walogo eighth, far outside. Junior Bug is racing in ninth as the field hits the far turn. GT500 flew through that opening quarter mile in 21 seconds flat. GT500 rounding the far turn. Al-Amiq is coming on once again, and so is B-Sud, and Mo Running is right in behind him with a shot. Thought That Counts stuck in behind horses. They're off the turn. GT500 is stopped. Here's B-Sud to the lead, in front by two, but Thought That Counts has found that seam, and here he comes now. And down the center, Mo Running, final 16th, and here's Thought That Counts. Thought That Counts comes on through and will score going away. Thought That Counts over B-Sud and Mo Running, that it was either Al-Amiq or Junior Bug. Number 4, Thought That Counts first. 12, B-Sud second. 11, Mo Running was third. Photo for fourth. 1, Al-Amiq was fourth, and number 10, Junior Bug was fifth. It's official. Thought That Counts at 3 on a Sky Mesa from Sweet Starlet by 5 Star Day, owned by Dan Considine and Steve Snowden, trained by Michelle Bradford. The winning jockey, Luan Machado. The winner was bred in Kentucky by the owners. The time for the race was 1:08.89 seconds. That is it for live racing. On this Sunday afternoon, we're back in action Wednesday for the final 2 weeks of the September meeting. First post is 12:45, 137,000 in the Derby City 6 for that carryover on Wednesday. Please get home safely, enjoy a couple of days off, and we'll see you Wednesday. Good night. They're in the gate. And they're off. B-Sud breaks in stride, but here's GT500, and Alamique is sent hard from the inside post. Alamique comes up on through, intent on the lead, but so is GT500, and these two are locked in battle in the first 16th of a mile. And here's GT500 who steps on it now. Alamique trying to keep up, but is tailed off into second. Mo Running is racing third. Thought That Counts as fourth. B-Sud is now fifth. Brio inside sixth. Cathedral Beach in seventh. Creasa Walogo eighth, far outside. Junior Bug is racing in ninth as the field hits the far turn. GT500 flew through that opening quarter mile in 21 seconds flat. GT500 rounding the far turn. Alamique is coming on once again, and so is B-Sud, and Mo Running is right in behind him with a shot. Thought That Counts, stuck in behind horses. They're off the turn. GT500 is stopped. Here's B-Sud to the lead, in front by two, but Thought That Counts has found that seam, and here he comes now. And down the center, Mo Running, final 16th, and here's Thought That Counts. Thought That Counts comes on through and will score going away. Thought That Counts over B-Sud and Mo Running, that it was either Alamique or Junior Bug.